that we've done. Included in that as well is all the programs we've been implementing through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful. We've done 57 events and had over 12,000 participants that have collected over 247,000 pounds of debris since we implemented that program or started the program 2 years ago. I'll turn it over to Solange and let her add to that.
Yes, so America Recycles Day is celebrated annually on November 15th, as Matt said, and its focus is to help increase awareness about the importance of recycling and the conservation of our natural resources. So we feel like we've really been able to accomplish a lot as a city and as an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful through all of the different programming in just our short 2 years of affiliation as Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, but even beyond that in the 6 to 8 years before that, with all the programs that Matt had already initiated. Included in those numbers that Matt read out is also the battery recycling program. We have the bin downstairs, which has been going on for a little over a year now, since July of 2021, and we've diverted and recycled over 1,039 pounds of batteries. And coming up next week, we will, thanks to a grant through the Florida Beverage Association and the American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy American grant that we received, we will be launching our reverse vending machine rewards incentives pilot program at the War Memorial Youth Center. The machine is being installed early next week, and we hope to launch it on America Recycles Day or a few days after. And that'll be a great opportunity for our residents and visitors to recycle their empty aluminum and plastic containers and get rewarded through different discounts and rewards at local businesses here in Coral Gables. We already have a few businesses partnered, and we're hoping to get a couple more, and we'll have a different contest each month. So essentially, the more you recycle, the better your chances are at winning a prize. So we look forward to presenting more on that program once it officially launches. We have a few more things. So
I also want to mention, obviously, credit to our community and to our amazing solid waste team under Paula's leadership. We continue to maintain a below 10% contamination rate in our recycling for our single-family residential, which is amazing when you compare it to, the county and other cities that typically have 40 to 50% contamination. So, all due credit to the education we've provided to our residents, but also the great work that our residents are doing in keeping items out of the bins that don't belong in there, and then the amazing work that our staff is doing on collecting those items. So I really wanted to mention that and highlight that because that is incredibly important. And I also wanted to mention a couple other programs we're going to have coming up toward the end of the year as we approach the holidays. We're going to be doing the Christmas tree recycling again for our residents. So we're putting that out there and mulching those trees and turning them into mulch, using them for mulch. And then also I'll let Paula talk about the holiday cardboard recycling we're going to implement for the first time.
Just to expand on what Matt said on the great work that we do with our contamination rate, our staff also works really hard with the residents to make sure that what we're collecting is clean recycling and not collecting items that shouldn't be recycled or diverting it to the garbage if needed. So in order to give, or in an effort to give residents another option of how to dispose of their cardboard this holiday season, as we've been seeing an uptick in deliveries for purchases, we're going to be providing a drop-off site at the youth center. So where typically we have allowed residents to drop off their Christmas trees after Christmas, starting Black Friday, we're going to have a container, a cardboard recycling container available at that same location just west of the youth center. And so if residents have a significant amount of cardboard that they'd like to get rid of, get out of their house before their recycling day, they'll have the opportunity to drop it off into that container. The cardboard will need to be flattened and placed in the container, but it'll give an opportunity for our residents to be able to get that out of their house sooner.
And I also, last but certainly not least, I know we're mentioning a lot here, but I also wanted to mention on December 3rd, I'll let Belkis talk about the amazing event we're going to start for our businesses. And before Belkis mentions, I also want to say we're having a film screening at the Coral Gables Cinema, sponsored by Commissioner Anderson and Marlon Everett, chairperson of the Sustainability Advisory Board, of the film 2040. That'll be on Monday at 7 p.m. So people can purchase tickets. We'd love to see everybody out there. I believe they're $8 on the Coral Gables Cinema's website.
And lastly, for the first time, the city is going to do a business recycling event. So we're going to do it in the same location that we do the residential, December 3rd. It's a Saturday. And we're encouraging all of our businesses to come. We're going to have e-scrap, so electronic recycling. We're going to have paper shredding. And then we're also going to include any donations of professional suits, any clothing that would be beneficial for our community. And we will try to keep it all in our community afterwards. So December 3rd, we look forward to promoting it with our businesses.
And
Solange, do you want to mention, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, I was going to say, and so this is an add-on to the already existing biannual one that we have for our residents. Now, through Belkis and Economic Development, we're opening it up specifically to business. So residents will continue to have their April, November events where they also get to do household hazards and other materials. And then this December event will focus solely for our local businesses here in the city of Coral Gables. While November 15th is known as America Recycles Day, and that's what the proclamation is for, recycling is an ongoing everyday thing. So these are just some of the programs that we have going on throughout the year to encourage and educate on recycling efforts.
You want to talk a little bit about, since we're talking about recycling and cleaning up, a little bit how the cleanup went this week?
Yes, just this Monday, just a few days ago, we had our quarterly downtown community cleanup with the chamber, who Mark is here as well. It was another great event. We had 26 participants. Commissioner Anderson was there and joined us for a little bit. The rain did not stop our volunteers from collecting a total of 165.8 pounds. So they did an amazing job in collecting that much in a little under an hour because of the rain. So we had a great turnout. They had a good time. We got a lot of feedback that it's getting harder to find litter when we have these events. So that's always a good thing to hear, and we're really excited. We were really excited to get an email from one of our participants that comes out each and every time saying that it's getting harder for them to find
Well, maybe we can move
litter
it to
out
another
there.
area. Maybe we can move it to off Sunset, near that area. Maybe we can move it closer to US 1. Who were the winners? Who were the winners this time?
So we had 4 winners in our group category and 1 individual winner who received the Clutchburger VIP card that's always donated to us by Clutchburger. I'm splitting up your donation, Mayor, to our other winners now. But the first winner was a group of middle schoolers that came out. There were 3 boys that were very excited. They kept coming in every time they saw that they were below.
They were asking us how much weight
From
everyone
Carver.
else collected so they can run back out.
They kept running
and
back
top it.
and finding more. So they were our
They
first
wanted the
place.
cash. They wanted the
Yeah.
cash.
Yes, they collected a total of 34 pounds. So they won first place, and we had Andrew Tilson from Baptist South Florida. He comes out with his, I think she's 5 or 6 year old daughter every single downtown
Great.
community cleanup.
Great.
She's more competitive than he is, and they always manage to be one of our top collectors. Just the 2 of them collected 30 pounds on their own and won second place. We say that she's our official ambassador for these events, so we gave her own
Honorary
permanent
picker.
picker that she takes home and brings back with her each time. We had MED Expediters, who is a permit expediter business and a member of the chamber, came out, and they collected around 24 pounds and won 4th place as well. So we had a lot of turnout, and we were really excited to see everybody there. And thank you again to Baptist South Florida for always sponsoring the light bites and refreshments at the end, and Goyo Taco, who hosted us for those light bites at the end.
Listen, that's why we make that donation, the personal donation, because it's great to see these young kids coming out and taking such great pride. And if you incentivize them with a little bit of money, they really start to enjoy it.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention on that point was, as you can see, all the landscaping that's being refreshed on ponds. I took a walk yesterday and I was watching as the work was being done. By the way, it's looking incredible. And I bring that up. I know it has nothing to do with this, but I bring it up because when they removed those trees after potentially 10, 12 years of not being removed, the amount of garbage that was inside those trees, the amount of Morton's mint wrappers that were in front of Morton's, it was hundreds of them were literally in that hedge. So it was incredible to see all the different treasures that were hidden inside those hedges. So I just commend everybody who went out. Thank you, Solange. Thank you, Matt. Thank you to the chamber. Thank you to Mark. Let's keep doing this. I'll sponsor again. I'll continue to sponsor. I think it's just a worthy cause, and it brings a lot of people into the community who really want to see this, continue to live up to our name, City Beautiful. It's the key.
It's the comments I've heard from residents that I run into at Publix or wherever is the city's looking a lot better, a lot cleaner. If there's any place we need to focus, and that's is maybe stepping it up with the businesses in the alleys,
Yeah.
because the dumpsters are overflowing. That's where the biggest mess was, and gloves outside dumpsters then go into the drains and then clog the drains. So that's where I think we need to step it up a bit as far as enforcement is concerned. So I do have a question about the business recycling. Do businesses need to sign up for that? Or how, if you just show up, it's fine?
Yes. Yes, so we're going to start that communication very soon. But we are working on a flyer, we're working on a communications. We have a strong line of communication with our businesses, so I think we should be fine. There's no need to register. The same way that the residential component is, we're taking the lead from them. And basically, we're just going to follow the same format as the one that we have at City Hall for residential.
So if a resident shows up with a TV, that you'll take it too?
We are not going to, we will, on those very limited bases that we're going to have residential that shows up.
But we
residents
do
that
want to
show
try
up.
to limit this one to businesses specifically, because residents already have their biannual event.
And I also want to mention that residents can take it to the Miami-Dade County drop-off locations in Doral and South Dade. They can take it year-round, because I do get those phone calls throughout the year between our events, and certainly encourage our residents to do that. I always encourage them to call before they go to ensure that they're accepting.
Okay, thank you.
Listen, congratulations. Mark, you want to add anything?
No, it's just been a very humbling week as I was shown up with my team by 3 middle schoolers. And we gave ourselves a head start because I'll be honest with you, we put several rocks in our bag. And it made no difference. We collected 2.5 pounds to their over 30 pounds. So
See, but the problem is that I know what you're doing because I've done this multiple times with you, and I actually appreciate your style because you're collecting paper and little pieces of plastic that don't weigh a lot.
Yeah.
These kids are going
Cigarette
out there
butts.
and they're looking for like pieces of electrical equipment, you know.
no, they're
found
very
just
smart. Rebar.
They found drywall. I don't know how, but they found
You're
drywall.
right. Cigarette butts do not weigh a lot, but we do collect a lot of them. Matter of fact, I will tell you, we found a spot in Pittman Park where there's a bench, and in front of it, I think that is kind of a smoker's lounge for that area. So we were picking up a lot of cigarette butts because that's a community park that for a lot of those residents and businesses, it's one of the few wonderful green spaces that they have to enjoy.
I
So
think we have now coming up on the commission an issue of smoking, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, maybe we need
I know where they're hanging out.
a garbage can right next to that
It would
bench.
be nice. Yeah, or even just an ashtray of some sort. But yeah, unfortunately, there were quite a few. But anyway, I've got to step up my game. You know, Mr. Mayor, maybe I need to bring you back. That first time when we cleaned out that area by the cinema.
Those five gallons,
Yes,
five gallon buckets. We did a few of those.
But the good news is, and I will echo what Commissioner Anderson said, is that I think you really do see the incredible improvement that's taken place, whether it's windows, sidewalks, certainly the foliage, and we're obviously seeing a lot of the new plantings, and those lower hedges will expose where that trash is, and it's a lot easier to remove.
You know, just because you mentioned that, and the commissioner mentioned that also, I've gotten so many text messages and phone calls from residents who've texted me and said, listen, the downtown, in between the sidewalks, the new landscaping, like you said, the facades,
Sure.
the cleanups, it just looks a lot
It's
more
noticed.
presentable. It's really starting to take shape, which is really
Yeah,
nice.
we
Especially,
appreciate
especially for the holidays now. And I get a lot of calls that say, listen, we want to see more holiday decorations. We want to see that. People want after COVID, they want to go out. They want to have a good time. I think this is going to be a good holiday season.
Well, we're already starting to plan the one for the spring, so we'll keep you posted once that date is set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work, team, as always.
Thank you.
A2, Small Business Saturday in Coral Gables. We're back.
Looks familiar.
Well, good morning again, leaders. I'm Mark Trowbridge with our Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce at 201 Alhambra Circle, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be before you today. We have come before you probably the last 12 years to celebrate the upcoming Small Business Saturday. This year on Saturday, November 26th. It always falls on the Saturday after Thanksgiving, and it's a national movement that is designed to celebrate small businesses, of which so much of Coral Gables, especially our downtown, is comprised of, whether that's our wonderful retail establishments or our restaurants. We look forward to spending the day with many of them and with many of you on that Saturday. We'll have a kickoff that morning at 10 a.m. And then at 11 a.m., we'll do our downtown architectural walking tour that we do each month out of our Welcome Center. But we'll do it from our kickoff location. And then we'll spend the day visiting with many of our wonderful stores. A lot of them, it's incredibly important, as we have seen over the last couple of years, to have great local support. I'm sure you can imagine what the last 2.5 years have been like for them. But so many of them have persevered. So many of them have found ways to be creative, but they have truly relied upon the wonderful consumers, not only in Coral Gables, but obviously our visitors as well. So we look forward to that. We always thank you for the opportunity to come before you, talk a little bit about that day. We've been part of the national movement all of these dozen years through our Chamber of Commerce and worked with the SBA and other partners. And look forward to doing so again this year, and look forward to your participation. And I want to also thank you. We've worked closely with Belkis, the city and her team with relation to, some free parking. I know that'll be on your consent agenda, so thank you for your support of that. Anything that encourages folks to come down on that Saturday. You know that Friday is known as Black Friday, Monday is Cyber Monday, but nicely nestled in between those 2 days is Small Business Saturday, where you can shop local, support local, buy local. So thank you for that. And I know, Mr. Mayor, we talked about this a number of times, but the trolley now running on Saturday is a wonderful opportunity to move between all of our retail districts, whether they be downtown in Miracle Mile or all the way to the shops at Merrick Park. So thank you.
Downtown is starting to take shape, and we appreciate your leadership on so many of those fronts, along with the city and Belkis and everybody who's doing their part. So moving on, I look forward to that day when we can enjoy Small Business Saturday.
We'll look forward to it. Come out and spend a little time and shop, and maybe have lunch, bring the family. It's a wonderful day to celebrate our community. And I want to thank all of you, because I think after working with the commissions over the many years, the opportunity to be together, the opportunity, the incredible support that you all showed at small businesses and to all of our businesses, the ribbon cuttings that you attend, and the way that we look at ordinances that are going to protect our businesses, but also celebrate them and elevate them. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
Mark.
it. Thank you, Mark. Moving on to A4. Want to take a picture?
Sí, no, fui yo. I think you're right, actually.
Good morning once again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Solange, Assistant to the City Manager, and with Matt, Co-Executive Director of our Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program. A4 is a presentation of the Keep Florida Beautiful 2022 Outstanding Project Award that Keep Coral Gables Beautiful received earlier this year in October. And I have a few pictures to show. I'll share it on screen now of the program, the outstanding project that won this award. So back at the beginning of the year, with the leadership of Commissioner Anderson, Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, along with, in partnership with the Coral Gables Country Club,
Garden Club.
I'm sorry. Garden Club set out to do a mangrove cultivation project behind, close to the country club,
Yes.
behind the Boy Scouts house over at the golf course. And through this project, and we see here all of the volunteers that came out that first day when we potted all of the mangrove seeds, the project attracted 108 volunteers who worked together to pot around 1,300 mangroves. There we go. Mangrove seeds, which were collected during high tide by the Coral Gables Garden Club. With the aid of the volunteers, 20 kiddie pools were set up to hold around 65 pots each. And we want to say a big thank you to Grace from the Garden Club, who this project would not have been possible without her dedication on checking on the pods after that initial volunteer event, making sure that they were growing and thriving and had everything that they needed. This wouldn't have been such a success without her. She's pictured there in this group picture with everybody else that came out. After reaching maturity, the mangroves were donated to Mang, a nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving and protecting coastal ecosystems for their use in coastal plantings throughout Florida to help reduce the impact from storm surge, coastal erosion, sea level rise, nutrient loads, and water quality, among other things. This 8-month project was concluded on August 25th, 2022, which is when we donated the mangroves that had reached maturity over to Mang. This is a picture of all of them. They had to take 2 trucks down to hold all of them. And I know this was a passion project for Commissioner Anderson. So we're really, really proud that we received this award from Keep Florida Beautiful. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Commissioner, and then we'll present the actual award, which I will say, Keep Florida Beautiful always makes their awards, actual physical awards, interesting. This award is on repurposed leftover wood from a local artist here in Florida, and that is the Keep Florida Beautiful logo on it.
Got a few things to add. I mean, this particular project has gained interest, not only locally here, but abroad. So I'm going to start out with the local. I've been reached out to from Mast Academy, University of Miami, Ransom Everglades School. There's a young man that formed his own 501c3 that acquired 200 of those trees and recently went up and got another 100 from Mang. Our trees that basically were donated previously that were now ready for planting. Most recently, I got an email from someone from Africa wanting to meet and learn, more about not only the mangroves, but the process that we're doing. So it hasn't stopped. There's a meeting on Saturday, University of Miami, where there's going to be a planting and an educational event at the university behind the business school. If any of you all are interested in attending it, I can share the information with you. So thank you for your support and leadership on this. I mean, we are, doing it again on a revised scale behind the Boy Scout house. It always is interesting to see people stop by and ask questions and willing to roll up their sleeves and help. So I think it's a great project and it's great for the community.
I believe you were also highlighted in National Geographic.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I tried to get the whole group in there, but they were just trying to. The goal of their article was to try to get people to embrace having mangroves along the waterways because far too often they're eradicated, and you can see the devastation that occurred. At least I saw the devastation that occurred when I looked on the. NOAA, I think it was NOAA's website after the storms hit Sanibel. There was a spot that I have a friend at vacation, and she sent me the picture to show that her place survived, that she vacationed at, because there was a whole swath of mangrove between that place along with a boardwalk out to the ocean. And it was a 2-story place, so you could still see the ocean and appreciate the ocean. They might have trimmed the mangroves to keep them from getting too tall. But then about 1,000 yards down, there's an area where they eradicated. And the storm surge eradicated the homes as well. So this is very important for our environment, and I think that National Geographic's effort is to try to get us to embrace them and incorporate them in our environment.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, there's a lot of studies going on through NOAA and different environmental organizations on their not only their environmental value as far as water quality, preventing erosion, but also their economic value and providing, for the fisheries and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of highlighting on that. So on behalf of Keep Florida Beautiful, we want to present this to the commission and to Commissioner Anderson for the 2022 outstanding project for Keep Coral Gables Beautiful. And thank you for your leadership on this project, Commissioner.
Great
You're
work,
very
Commissioner.
welcome. Thank you.
I remember when you started this and you were doing it in your house, I actually went over with my kids.
Yes.
We actually planted some mangroves, and you've been leading this effort, so I really want to commend you for that. You're really passionate about it. It's a great cause.
The pictures of them, how sweet and small they were, and how big they are now is just. I'm not talking about the trees. I'm talking about your children.
They loved it. They loved the experience. They loved the experience.
I'd want to add, I mean, the work that you do with the Garden Club is absolutely amazing, but it illustrates the passion in Coral Gables. We have so many amazing civic organizations like the Garden Club that really go out there above and beyond and make a difference. I think that's what part of what makes Coral Gables Coral Gables. So congratulations, Commissioner Anderson, the Garden Club, and all the civic organizations and all the volunteers, because that's one of the things that makes us different than a lot of other cities. So that's wonderful news.
And we had a lot of city employees out there
Yes.
helping with that.
Yeah, we couldn't have done it without our
Yes.
green space management.
Dina was
team.
out there sorting the pods. She was an expert.
They even at one point when we were figuring out how we were going to do the 20 kiddie pools, they set up an entire filtration system
yeah.
for us out of nothing. We had to adjust, and that was later taken away, but they really hit the ground running and did what they could to help us out to make sure that this project succeeded.
Right.
So,
Thank you.
Moving on, can we do also item A5? We'll take a picture with that now. I think we can do it all together.
Yeah, we can.
So A5 is also presenting an award to Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, this one on behalf of Keep America Beautiful, and it is their 2021 Innovation Award for a local program within a population of 30 to 100,000. And for this, we have a small video that I'll play that kind of summarizes what this award is for and the work that went behind it. But before we do that, I do want to ask our IT team that's here, Mark, and I'm not sure if Alex was able to make it, but they were a big part in getting this program that we launched through and making it a success. So I'm going to play the video very quickly, and then we can talk a little bit more about it.
I'm Abby Turpin, Director of Communications for Keep America Beautiful, and we are proud to honor the recipients of the 2021 Keep America Beautiful Innovation Awards. The Keep America Beautiful Innovation Awards salutes affiliates that have created innovative partnerships and programs to further the mission of Keep America Beautiful. The Innovation Awards are intended to honor true innovation, recognizing new approaches that help facilitate growth within the organization. With more on their program that's being recognized, here's Solange and Matt from Keep Coral Gables Beautiful.
We received the 2021 Keep America Beautiful Innovation Award for the population size of 50 plus due to turning our annual litter index into a completely virtual format for our board members and residents. We had our virtual map that laid out the different areas and sites within the city. My co-executive director, Matt Anderson, and I went out in the city's electric vehicle with a mounted Go365 camera, and we recorded the different sites. That way we were able to sit down with our board virtually via Zoom afterwards, have them view the videos, and complete the scoring process completely from the safety of their homes.
This project aligned with our city's values perfectly. We pride ourselves on innovation, smart cities, sustainability. So this Innovation Award really ties in our Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program with the overall vision and what we're looking to do as a city. On behalf of the City of Coral Gables and Keep Coral Gables Beautiful,
We want to thank Keep America Beautiful for recognizing us as 2021 Innovation Award winners.
Thank you both and congratulations. And you can see the
So, like you saw, this award is for our litter index. The litter index is something that we have to do on an annual basis to maintain our affiliation through Keep America Beautiful. award comes in the way that we do it, which thanks to our IT team is fully virtual. Normally to do a litter index, you have to get your board members in a van for over 8 hours and drive the city through the different sites that you identified to judge and score. What we did because of COVID and trying to find an easier way that would be easier on our board members' times was this virtual route. And Alex actually came up with the idea when we were brainstorming on how to do this of mounting the Go 365 camera up. We tried a drone at first and that didn't work. So we went with the Go 365 camera option. We tested it out. IT purchased the camera for us and set everything up for us. And then Mark set up our GIS map that we use to keep track of our litter index, of our litter site scores, and now has the videos embedded into the GIS map itself so that our residents or our board members can always go back and see why a specific area was scored a specific way. And we're going to be layering the different years one on top of each other so that you see that history of how it has changed throughout the years. And they can talk a little bit more about the IT portion, but that is what this award is for. And we were really happy to receive it. And we've had a lot of different Florida affiliates reach out asking what the process was, how we did it, and how they can do their litter index this way, because it is a lot easier on their board members' time.
And I just wanted to mention real quickly, credit to our IT team. This really merged a lot of the priorities of our city of sustainability, smart cities, innovation, and blending those together. So I just want to give them a lot of credit because it just aligned perfectly with what we're all looking to do as a city, and this project just exemplifies that. So just wanted to mention that.
Phenomenal.
Perfect.
By the way, the two of you have a future on television. Very Good Morning America feel
Thank
to
you
it.
to Martha and her team for, we had to submit that video to Keep America Beautiful, and they got that around in us for
was
in
nicely
2
done.
days. So they were awesome for being able to put that together for us.
Do a great job of making us look good.
You don't want to see the bloopers.
Let's take a picture.
That's all right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
All right, moving on to item A6.
Wonderful.
Chief, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. I stand before you today to introduce you to our firefighter of the month. Christopher Ayala was nominated for this month's firefighter of the month from an incident in which we had a reported structure fire at the University of Miami. Lieutenant Ayala was the first fire engine in. They made entry. He assessed the situation and noted that the fire was in a science lab where sprinkler heads had deployed. He quickly assessed the fact that there was a possible chemical reaction. He contained the area, isolated the area, reported back to his incident commander, and a hazmat assignment was dispatched to monitor and contain some items that did react to the water. So for his quick actions, his critical thinking, and his command presence, he was nominated as our firefighter of the month. So Chris Ayala.
Just a quick thank you to Captain Fletcher for nominating me for the award, as well as Chief De La Rosa and Chief Fernandez for giving me this award as well. And finally, my crew, who were really patient and thorough with the investigation of that whole building. It's a large structure and took a while, but we were able to get out of there safely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lieutenant, before you leave, first off, we always say thank you for your hard work and your commitment to the city. But when I got to the office this morning, I don't know, maybe like 7:45, this gentleman was sitting here waiting for the commission meeting. He was the first one in the hallway. So, you know, I have a deep appreciation for somebody who takes that much time and effort and is that prepared and is, you know, is on time and is looking forward to something as you are. This is incredibly well deserved, and I just want to say thank you for that. And you caught my attention when I walked in. I saw maybe this is the individual we're honoring today, but it was very nice to see you there, you know, ready and focused to really attack the day. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
You should have said that.
Congratulations. The commissioner says it was daylight savings time. You got it wrong. That's why.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a quick briefing on where we are with Tropical Storm Nicole. The storm is tracking west-southwest this morning, and eventually it'll make its turn to a northwest track. So it's doing that small loop that's been projected up to this point before it starts going north. As of now, it continues to be a storm mainly impactful to Palm Beach County. However, Miami-Dade County does remain on a tropical storm watch, excuse me. That means that we could experience tropical storm force gusts within the next 48 hours. Our chances for severe winds of sustained tropical force winds are less than 10%, less than 5% for hurricane force winds. So what we're going to be experiencing progressively as the day goes on is gusty weather with some rain bands that may include some tropical storm force gusts, but nothing sustained. As far as the city's actions are concerned, we remain, all our services are still operational, as are the counties. We work concurrent with the county EM, so all our services continue to be opened. We will continue to project our storm readiness messaging either through the Everbridge emergency app or social media. And police and fire are going to start reporting any storm-related incidents as the day progresses. Public Works is monitoring our known areas for localized flooding, and our tree service partners are on standby 24 hours in case we have any storm-related trees down throughout the evening today, as our weather progressively just turns stormier. Tomorrow morning and into midday tomorrow, our conditions will begin to progressively improve.
Thank you. I spoke to the manager, and I know that Martha is working on a plan to notify and just keep people up to date. While we may be out of the woods, which I think is obviously the important note, you want to keep people informed because there's a lot of, rumors, false information. I've had people who have called me especially elderly people that maybe they don't have access to certain information and they're not that handy with text messages or social media. We want to make sure that everybody's informed of, the current situation. Okay.
Understood.
Yes, Mayor.
Chief. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Martha, for everything you're doing. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion in regards to the approval of minutes for the commission meeting dated October 11, 2022.
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I need to take a quick picture because I owe Mark Trowbridge a picture with the proclamation from Small Business Saturdays. Would you like the entire commission? Yeah, right? Of course.
Yes.
Maybe the acoustics have improved somehow.
I'm gonna bother. Mayor, later on, I have
Moving
a,
on to public comment.
Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Later on, I may have a pocket item requiring that Mark Trowbridge be in every one of our photos.
Every single one.
Okay.
I can't second. I'll pass a gavel.
Mr. Mayor, we only have one member of the public requesting to speak during public comments is Ms. Maria Cruz, and she's through Zoom.
Okay. Ms. Cruz, good morning.
Good morning. I apologize for not being there, but today I had a family health issue that I had to stay home. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Coral Gables, Florida. I have two things. One, I think some of you may find it interesting. The first one is, I wonder if we already have a date for the executive benefits sunshine meeting that we were promised, because I haven't seen anything. I have no idea. So I saw an item on the agenda, but it's not about the sunshine meeting. So that's why I'm asking. No need to answer now, but I'm curious to know. The second one is the one that I think some of you might find interesting. Our staff is becoming very creative. I'm really impressed with the fact that now we're going to be allowed to move our cardboard out of our homes ahead of the recycling people. The other day, and drop it at the youth center. Youth center, we're going to have to either make it larger or move some stuff out so we can start putting whatever we normally put next to the garbage cans or the recyclable cans to take them there. But then I remember that I went by, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, on Belmore Way, and I saw that in front of the 427 building, we have a container for the batteries that we want people to recycle. And that piqued my curiosity. Wouldn't it be a good idea if we had several containers? We could have one for the glass, one for paper, and the other stuff that we normally recycle. And if we get everybody into this, eventually we could eliminate the recycling employees and save some money. That's my interesting comment for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
You're welcome.
Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Let us.
Oh, no, there's more to come.
Perfect. Well, we're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
We will close the public comment. Moving on to mayor's comments. I have a discussion regarding process for appointment of individuals to fill the upcoming vacancy on the city commission. I sent the following memo to my colleagues. Thank you to the city attorney and her team for assisting me in putting it together. I'd like to put it briefly on the record. As all of you know, on November 22nd, 2022, there will be a vacancy on the city commission. Pursuant to Article 1, Section 1 of the city charter, within 30 days after a vacancy occurs on the commission, the remaining commissioners shall elect a commissioner to fill the vacancy until the next general biennial election. Accordingly, the seat must be filled by December 22nd, 2022. Since the City Commission only holds one regular scheduled meeting in the month of December, the City Clerk will be placing an item on the December 13th, 2022 City Commission meeting agenda in order to fill the vacancy. In accordance with Section 3, Article 1 of the City Charter, members of the City Commission shall be residents of the city for at least 1 year prior to serving. The charter is silent on a process to consider individuals for that appointment. I therefore recommend the process below for your consideration. Anyone interested in being considered for appointment should submit proof of residency, a resume, and a brief statement detailing why he or she would like to serve and why he or she is qualified to do so. Said documents should be submitted to the city clerk by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. The clerk should then forward all submittals to the members of the City Commission for review and approval of an appointment at the December 13th City Commission meeting. Despite the process set forth above, the City Commission reserves right to appoint individuals whom they believe are qualified to serve until the April 2023 election. A commissioner wishing to nominate an individual for appointment may do so verbally at the December City Commission meeting, at which point the remaining commissioners may consider the nomination and may approve an appointment by a majority vote for the commission. With that being said, I would also like to take a moment to congratulate my colleague, Commissioner Forrest, on his service to the city of Coral Gables. Running for office and serving as an elected official is incredibly difficult. It's a thankless job. People take you for granted, but at the end of the day, after you served maybe 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, 8, whatever your time is, whatever you're blessed to serve in this community, you leave a legacy. Your legacy is one of being selfless, of being of service, of giving up time from your own personal business, from giving up time from your own personal family, from seeing your young children grow without you being there, without tucking into bed because you have commitments and the city comes first. So I just want to say thank you for putting the city first, for your commitment to the city. We wish you much success and Godspeed. I know that the Vice Mayor would also like to say a few comments.
I'm going to cut Commissioner Forrest off for one of the last times.
One last time.
No, all joking aside, you know, when Commissioner Forrest ran for office, we had a lot of friends in common, but we really didn't know each other personally that well. And over the course of the last few years, he's really become a close friend. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's done a tremendous job serving the city. He always brings a positive demeanor to our meetings. I think, you know, he has a good rapport with staff. I think he's led a lot of really positive initiatives. You know, the list is long. You know, we can talk about the play zones that he focused on around parks. We can talk about some of the interesting, hand-to-hand combat training for police, which I thought was a very creative and innovative idea. You know, the list goes on, but mostly just serving our residents, I think, in a humble manner. To me, he's a very down-to-earth guy, a guy that's very approachable, a guy that our residents feel comfortable talking to. And I just think he's served with a lot of dignity and respect. His family are really wonderful people. I've gotten to know them as well. And anytime I was talking to him last night, you know, anytime you put yourself out there to run for office, it's really a unique experience. You know, it's hard to explain to somebody, but when your name is on that ballot and you're getting results and living that experience, it's hard on you, it's hard on your family. And I know that, you know, he might have been disappointed with yesterday's result, but I think he carried himself with a lot of respect. I know he had tremendous support in the city of Coral Gables, which I think speaks to the service he's had here. And I just wanted to just say thank you to him more than anything. We're going to miss you here. I look forward to joining you in retirement in April. But all joking aside, it's really been a privilege and honor to serve with you. I really have come to have a lot of respect and admiration for you. I know we're going to continue to be in contact, obviously. We have a small little token that I know staff prepared to present to you, which I thought, Martha, if you want to just show it to just something for you to keep and commemorate in your office, and commemorate a small part, obviously, of your legacy here in the city. Something that, anybody with children and family can appreciate. I know you have 3 young girls, and we thought it just was a neat little token for you to hopefully hang in your office and keep as a memento of your service to the city. So thank you. We're going to miss you, and obviously, looking forward to the rest of today's meeting, but you're going to be missed.
It's hard to top what the vice mayor said, but when I became a commissioner, one of the joys was not necessarily work-related, but related in terms of on a personal level. And I've become very good friends, very close with George, because we share common love, I think like all of us do, for family, community, and kids. Quite honestly, you are well thought of when someone invites me, to a little kid's birthday party, and all my kids are in college, because they wanted to feel like I'm part of their family. And I highly respect and admire your work. I admire you as a person, and I honestly think that you've always brought a lot of humanity to every decision you make. It's funny because, you're a former wrestler, but you have a heart of gold. And to me, that's what's most important. So it's an honor to have served with you, but more importantly, it's an honor to be your friend.
Well,
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just follow up and mirror the responses that you all have said. I've been sitting next to Commissioner Forres here for the past few months, and we got to know each other a little better, both on the dais and off the dais as well. And I want to thank you for the youth zone idea, because it's made it a little easier for us to talk to the county about the need for traffic calming near the parks, and highlighting the fact that we're close to parks in these areas. So thank you, and yes, you will be missed.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Life takes you down different paths, some expected, some unexpected. For me, getting into politics and ending up on the Coral Gables City Commission was definitely an unexpected turn. But after I found myself here in this building, became, an extremely rewarding experience, more so than I could ever have imagined or dreamed of. I've learned so much, and I've made so many friends along the way. I want to thank my colleagues on the commission for working with me and embracing me after I was elected and throughout the years. I want to thank staff, especially the city manager and the city attorney, and Commissioner Menendez. I hope that you, I think it's a good fit for you, can continue with some of the add-ons on the youth zone initiative. Although we've designated certain zones, there's still more to be done, and perhaps I can fill you in on that when sunshine no longer applies to our meetings. And thanks again. It's been a great ride. It's been an amazing experience. I love this city. I love serving. And I look forward to continuing to contribute in any way I can to the continued advancement of the city of Coral Gables. Thank you very much. It's been an honor.
Moving on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, before the vote adopting the consent agenda, is there anyone from the commission who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? Okay, we do have a member of the public requesting to pull agenda item E5.
Is that a thing that they can do? We have to do that. Out of curiosity, do we do that?
And may I have a
Is
motion?
that a request, or is that a, what does the charter say?
That any citizen can pull to discuss.
Okay, perfect. Moving forward.
So may I have with the exception of agenda item E5, can I have a motion on the rest of the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
So,
Item E5.
yes, Ms. Maria Cruz has requested to pull agenda item E5.
Ms. Cruz, you'd like to speak in regards to E5? The floor is yours. Good morning.
She doesn't seem to be responding on Zoom.
Let's give her a few seconds to make sure she...
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can't see you, but
Okay.
we can hear you.
All right. Well, I don't know. Remember, I'm not a techie. All right. So I saw this item and I was so glad that I saw it because it reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. When there are issues with flooding in the city, there's some areas that people have difficulty parking because their streets are flooded, the basements are flooded, and they
Ms.
have
Cruz?
nowhere.
Ms. Cruz, I'm sorry,
Yes.
but that's agenda item E4, I believe. You pulled E5.
No, it says E5.
E5 is parking.
Yeah, E5 is parking.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
And this item talks about waiving parking fees for the use of something that's very good. I'm not arguing that, but I thought that perhaps we could do something similar for those people that find themselves because of flooding, that they do not have a place to park their vehicles nearby. And I'm talking specifically about people in the Biltmore Way area, that the street floods, the basement, the parkings, underground parking flood, and these people get desperate because they don't know where they're going to put their cars. And I thought, like Miami Beach and other areas, maybe they could be allowed to park in the city garages with no
Ms.
cars.
Cruz, I think we've always done that for hurricanes and storms. We've always opened the garages and made them available for people to park.
But I'm talking about flooding, not just hurricanes.
Okay, so.
Yes, we
Thank
open
you.
the public garages once there is a hurricane warning issued.
Right, okay.
How long do they stay open until the warnings?
Well, after the storm is gone, we give people 48 hours to remove their cars.
2 days.
So it's enough time for them to pump out their garages.
And obviously, if there's a serious event.
Well, yeah, if we have standing water all over the place,
Yes.
that 48 hours will not be enforced.
Of course. All right, thank you.
We have flexibility.
I think that, Commissioners, that would depend on the severity of the hurricane.
Of course. Okay. I'll make a motion on E5 to waive parking fees for Small Business Saturday, which is the item that's actually on the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Moving on, I'm going to take one thing out of order. I'd like to take items F7 and F8.
Yes, Mayor, F7 and F8, I will read them both into the record. With your permission, we should consolidate the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, we will need to swear anybody in that's going to be testifying on this item. F7 is a resolution of the City Commission approving remote parking and conditional use review pursuant to zoning code Article 14 process, Section 14203, conditional uses for proposed remote parking associated with mixed-use project referred to as 4311. Ponds on the property legally described as lots 36 through 43, Block 5, Industrial Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. And F8 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the mixed-use site plan and conditional use review pursuant to zoning code Article 14 process, Section 14203, conditional uses for a proposed mixed-use project referred to as 4311 Ponds for the property legally described as lots 36 through 43, Block 5, Industrial Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Clerk?
Those appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. We're very excited to be here this morning. With me are my clients, Jose Boschetti and Eduardo Otaola, along with Ray Ford from Arquitectonica, who's a project architect who's been working on this project. This project sits in a very premier and prominent corner of your Village of Merrick Park. It's right at the intersection of San Lorenzo and Ponce de Leon Boulevard. This is an area of the city that over the years has experienced tremendous residential growth to complement the large regional mall that serves as the anchor for this. But one of the components that has been underserved in this market has been office. And we're excited to be presenting the first Class A office building in the Village of Merrick Park that's been proposed in the last 20 years. And this is a part of the city that, from a marketability perspective, you have international and national corporations looking to move to. And the reason is you have all the amenities there. It's a very walkable area. You have the residential, you have the retail. So it's an area that attracts large corporations. And we believe this is going to be a very successful project. It's going to be a very beautiful project, and it's going to complete this very important intersection. I'll let Ray walk you through the project, but just at a high level, we're proposing 60,000 square feet of office space. We have ground floor retail or showroom space. And at the upper level, we have some residential units as well as some flex space that in the future could be converted to restaurant. This is an area that has attracted a lot of premier dining establishments, and we want to continue that trend. One of the things that we're also very proud of, I think this is the first project to come in to take advantage of the remote parking. When this commission adopted remote parking last year, the idea was to try to use some of the parking spaces that are operating under capacity in the area and to work to provide off-site spaces in order to reduce the building massing, try to reduce the massing of the parking pedestal. And as Ray will show you, this is something that we've been able to accomplish here. We're proposing to provide approximately 83 spaces on site, and we're proposing to lease 123 spaces on an off-site garage within the Village of Merrick Park. This project has gone through multiple levels of review. We were before your parking advisory board last month, and we had a unanimous recommendation of approval from them. We've also gone before your Board of Architects, who also unanimously recommended approval of this project and granted the Mediterranean bonuses for it. And a few months back, we were at your Planning Advisory Board, which I'm happy to report also unanimously recommended approval of this project. Before Ray walks you through the plan, some of the things from a public benefit perspective that we're proposing and that we've been working with your city manager on, we've committed to repave the intersection of San Lorenzo and Ponce in front of our project. We are proposing $50,000, approximately $50,000 in contributions, or sorry, in improvements to ponds in terms of landscaping and pavers. And in addition to all that, we're also making a $125,000 monetary contribution as a public benefit for future improvements within the Village of Merrick Park Ponds corridor. So we're very happy to be proffering that. And with that, I'll let Ray walk you through the project.
Do I need to request to share a screen on this?
I think so.
I need to go.
What's the name of that?
We're pulling up the plans right now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
While we wait for the plans, can you give me a little bit of background? I was looking at the plans this weekend, and I noticed that there's some residential units that are in the building. Can you give me a little bit of understanding of why are we incorporating that into, obviously, the code? The code plays into it, but I want to put it on the record. I want to get an understanding from staff, because you're building a commercial building on ponds.
Correct.
And I want to understand a little bit more.
So the code has, that's a great question. The code has certain percentages, I can even use it maybe, that are required to be provided for a mixed-use project. You can have up to 85% office, minimum of 8% retail. There's always a gap that has to be filled. We are filling that with this residential component. The reason that we've incorporated here is because we are anticipating this is going to be a location for an international business and an international bank that is interested in leasing here. They have a lot of senior VPs that come in for a few days, right, to stay, and we want to have that as an additional amenity for the office building. But one of the technical reasons that we're providing it is because of the mixed-use percentages in your code.
So let me ask you a quick question. I mean, again, I don't want to get involved in your business plan. It's your business plan. But if you go look at, for example, the Bacardi building on Sunset, Fiola, I had dinner there last night with clients. You can go upstairs to the rooftop, which is something beautiful, inviting. It's a great setting to have, events with families, to have baptisms, to have brunch. They just incorporated probably one of the most beautiful, technologically advanced trellis system with glass. It protects you. You're in the elements. You can be outside enjoying the beautiful weather here in Miami and not be sweating. That building is a LEED Platinum building. So I thought I would, something, especially in that area, in Merrick Park, you would want to have that kind of outdoor dining feel with a beautiful opportunity to get up on that floor. By the way, I remember I don't even know if I approved it or not, was the previous project that was approved here.
Correct, yeah, the old Ronnie Mateo building.
With all due respect to the architect, I think this is a much nicer, more beautiful project. I think it's also smaller in size. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So it's actually in height smaller?
Yeah, because we've been able to take advantage of the remote parking.
So I just want to kind of understand that, because to me, I'm a little bit perplexed why you would have 3 residential units instead of having something that to me, I think would be a lot more appealing. Somebody wants to have a nice restaurant experience, kind of like what Bellini is in the Grove, overlooking our beautiful city. You could have something like that.
Yeah, so I think, and I'll have Ray walk you through the roof plan if you could pull it up.
I just found that interesting because this is like one of the last remaining pieces of beautiful property. You're actually building a much smaller building in height that you could build. And I thought it would be just something exceptional to have on a rooftop opportunity.
Yeah, we think, that location is prime for that. We've actually designed the rooftop in order to be able to be converted into a restaurant use with rooftop dining in the event that we get interest, which we think we will, because the city, even in the last round of Michelin rankings, the city had several restaurants that received acclamations for it. So we have actually designed the rooftop to be able to convert it to provide that in the event we get a restaurateur.
Okay, so you are thinking about that. But you have to get city approval.
Currently, what we would have to do, and obviously with your planning department's confirmation, I think what we would need to do is in the event that we do convert that area into restaurant, obviously it changes the parking requirements. We would have to lease additional parking spaces in order to accommodate that use. But I think right now we've designed it that way. We haven't obviously explored the market. So what we're showing right now are the 3 units and if you could see there on the screen, it's a flex space that's either going to be for restaurant or amenity space for the residential units. But I think we are required to keep a percentage of our project as residential in order to comply with the percentages in your comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the percentages don't make sense, not necessarily with the residential, but sometimes, we've required retail on ground floor areas where it sits vacant for a decade, in the restrictions. So I hate to handcuff too much to a situation where we end up with vacancies just sitting there. It's not good for the streetscape. It's not going to encourage pedestrian traffic if you have a vacant storefront. So I'd like to hear more about, I understand you have a particular client that this may benefit.
Correct. In this case, it may work, but I know I could tell you in other projects that we've worked on, that gap percentage between when you add 85% and the 8%, that gap that you have to fill in is really people either put WeWork spaces or they try to get creative, but it's something that's always been talked about. But I don't think there's been a change in that policy in the comprehensive plan. It would require a city-initiated text amendment to your comp plan in order to provide some more flexibility.
Yeah, because we're handcuffed right now, right?
Correct, yeah.
Well, let's see.
Sure. So with that, I'll let Ray walk you through the project.
Hi, my name is Ray Ford with Architectonica. George, thanks for the intro. I think you explained it well in terms of its positioning, what we're proposing, but I think it'd be good just to clarify the site's location and how design-wise we've essentially tried to make sure we position all the programming correctly with respect to its urban context. So the site's located towards the south end of Ponce de Leon, and it sits at this stepped intersection of San Lorenzo that essentially becomes on the west side, the entrance to Merrick Park, and on the south side of the site, it's the access to one of the remote parking locations. So we designed the building to essentially have great access to Merrick Park and also access to the parking garage to the south. These are some images of the existing street conditions, and the current site has a couple single-story commercial buildings and a surface parking lot. So the proposed program of ground floor retail and showroom space and office above is a much more active use and will make this area much more lively. These are a couple of aerial images of the site. It's highlighted here in yellow. You can see contextually there are a number of buildings that are multi-storied around it, and so what we're proposing, and I'll show you in a later massing, is contextually consistent with what's in the area. The remote parking garage that we plan on using is directly to the south, as I had mentioned, but there are a number of other locations that we could potentially use. It should also be noted that this property sits at the edge of the city of Miami, so what's directly to the east of the site on Orange Street is not within Coral Gables, but we understand that there may be a connection, a very direct connection from the Metro Rail station to Merrick Park, and that we want to reinforce that connection there. The site is about 20,000 square feet, 200 feet long and about 100 feet deep. North is now to the right on the page, and to the top of the page is Ponce de Leon, which is in the direction of Merrick Park. So on the ground floor, we're utilizing an existing curb cut as the main drop-off to the site and access to the garage along the north edge. In blue is the office lobby, and in the pink color is the showroom and retail. We've placed all the garage access and ramping and loading areas to 39th Avenue, which is used more as like an alley street nowadays. So trying to activate frontages where we have activation and putting back of house on the back of house streets. The parking garage is really as efficient as we can get it for a site like this. It's a flat level parking, so long-term, it, in theory, could be converted into something, but right now it's in a service parking. It's a very efficient parking garage, and we have 2 levels of this. The typical office floor is also very flexible in design, and that it could be divided into 4 tenant spaces, a single tenant space, or a number of more, but the idea is that having this rectangular floor plate with a center core gives long-term flexibility to the building. We're also proposing a small break in the building where there's an inset terrace that I'm highlighting the cursor over right now. And there's a lot of demand for outdoor space when it comes to office space these days. So providing some areas of outdoor terraces, not to all the offices, is very desirable. And especially on level 4, which is the first level that steps back from the podium height, we'll be able to have additional outdoor space, in addition to the rooftop that we were just discussing previously. The rooftop is planned to have that flexibility that it could potentially be a restaurant, but we also have the 3 residential units that are intended to serve a particular tenant. Above that, we have rooftop mechanical area that will be screened. And this is a section of the project that shows the different heights of the building and how we step back in compliance with the setbacks. Something to note is that the office is of a Class A level. We're proposing 14 feet floor to floor. And the mechanical area, as I described earlier, would also be screened. So getting into some of the massing images, there are some of the same views we saw earlier with the site located in it. You can see that the building in this gray color is of the same scale of its neighboring projects. Here are a couple of views of that. You have Merrick Park on the lower right-hand side of the screen here. Looking at an elevation of the project, we are complying with the Med2 standards, and we're proposing a podium that is associated with the lower floors, and then the building steps back on level 4 to become more of a vertical proportion, and we have these double height style windows with a spandrel type of panel that creates the look of these taller windows throughout the project. This is the inset terrace that I had mentioned earlier, and we're also proposing a trellis to cover a portion of the rooftop terrace. So in the event that it did become a more active space, we can easily convert that into something that works well for a restaurant or other active uses. This is a rendering standing from Ponce de Leon looking towards the east. This is essentially as though you were walking out of Merrick Park and you've reached Ponce de Leon. You can see the podium of the building, which is clad in oolitic stone, and we're proposing aluminum extrusions that have a wood-like look to it to screen the garage from visibility from the street. On the upper floors, we have a white scored stucco that has box-framed windows that highlight those double height conditions and vertical proportions of Mediterranean style. And then the terraces I previously mentioned. But the whole idea behind the design of the project is that we want to make sure that at the street level, it feels like a pedestrian scale building. Then we step back, and then from there we have the office building above. The drop-off includes a paseo that runs from Orange Street from the Metro Rail through to Merrick Park and San Lorenzo. And you can see the drop-off has an ample apron so that, we know a lot of days, nowadays with the use of Sierra Transit, that we want to provide ample space for people to get out of the car, have a waiting area, and be safe from other cars that are coming in and out of the site. And this is a night view taken from Ponce looking down the other San Lorenzo to the south of the site. On the right side of the page here is one of the remote parking locations, so it's very conveniently located on the same side of Ponce de Leon with access to the lobby along that side as well. We're proposing uplighting for the upper floors to give the building this sort of glow that emanates from an area that you will not see the light source. And in the lower floors, we're proposing some sconces that highlight very specifically the pedestrian level and making sure this is not a dark area at night and it's safe to walk around. And that's the presentation. Thank you, Paul. I'll be glad to answer any questions anyone has.
I think it's a beautiful building. I really do. I think it's nicely done. I think that this area is really prime for some improvement on that side of the street. That's why we had adjusted the zoning and made some accommodations several years ago. And I think this is, what we're looking for. To the mayor's point, I understand his point, but I'm happy to hear that you have the flexibility so that if you have that opportunity, you can do it. And if not, I also can appreciate that there are businesses that are looking for that kind of sort of corporate apartment/housing situation. We have a lot of people in our business that come in from out of town. They have to rent hotels or whatever, there's a real cost to that. And having that as an amenity for executives that maybe are transient, maybe, they're in New York and here part-time or whatever. I can understand how that's an amenity for a certain type of business. But I'm glad to hear you have the flexibility so that, if you could do something like what the mayor was suggesting would be great there as well. So, and I think this is going to be overall, I think as we see this corridor across the street kind of develop, I think it's going to be great for Merrick Park. I think that you have already sort of that core in that area, and then you have basically a bunch of warehouses and other sort of things in this area. It makes a lot of sense to kind of build around that mall. And, if I worked in that building, it would be great. You could cross the street, maybe you could sneak off to a movie during lunch or something. But, no, but, there's a convenience factor to that. People want those kind of amenities there. So, kudos to you guys. Great job. I think you stuck within what we have as a comp plan and everything. And, obviously if we want to make adjustments to that, we can talk about that separately. But, I think this was in line with what we were looking for here overall. And I think the design is beautiful. I really do.
Just to put it on the record, there was a previously designed building that was proposed for this. This is less project in nature. By the way, this comes before the commission as required by the code because it's a mixed-use project. I don't think there's anything outside, right, that I'm missing. Is there anything outside the code in regards to this building?
No, we'll be presenting next.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. All right. So, I think the building's beautiful.
Yeah,
The building's beautiful, and I don't mean to get involved in your business. I just see such an opportunity with the underline, with Merrick Park. You have the trolley right there, which runs up and down the spine now 6 days a week, and hopefully now 7 days in forthcoming. It's just an opportunity to take advantage of an area like the vice mayor said, which has been kind of neglected for a long time.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot more foot traffic. The employees are gonna have a great work-life balance. And talking to your development services director, there's actually some more flexibility for us to be able to convert some of these residential units into additional restaurant space, which will give us more flexibility to attract a top-notch operator here. So in speaking with her further, I think we do have that flexibility to provide some more rooftop dining areas. If that's something that, the commission is interested in, we could definitely explore it and move forward that way.
And hopefully before you're done with your building, you'll have a state-of-the-art dog park down the street as part of the underline.
About time.
Hopefully.
Yes, 2 of them in the area.
Yeah, so that'll be a good amenity as well.
Yeah, it would be. I'm concerned about the streetscape, in that area and the walkability. So when staff presents, I guess we can talk more about that.
You want to hear from staff next?
Yeah.
Sure. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Cabrera, good morning.
Good morning, Tsunami Cabrera, Development Services Director. I'll be presenting because our city planner just called in that she had an emergency and couldn't come in today. So bear with me. Do you have the presentation, Billy? So this is a conditional use for mixed-use site plan and conditional use for the remote parking. How do I, next slide? Where is it?
It's up here.
This is the location, as was mentioned, it's on the corner of San Lorenzo and Ponce. This is an aerial shot of the location and a street view of the location of the proposed project. There are 2 requests, the mixed-use site plan for conditional use and the remote parking. It's over 20,000 square feet, so that's why it's here in front of you today. The mixed-use site plan includes the showroom on the ground floor, a paseo, office lobby, loading area, and the right-of-way improvements. So these are the requirements for the mixed use. The lot area is 20,000, the proposed is 20,000. The open space requirement is 10%, they're at 13%. The density is unlimited, they're proposing 3 units. The height could go up to 120 feet with commissioner approval because it's in the industrial district. They're proposing 109 feet. The FAR max is 3.5, they're at 3.48. And the parking, they're meeting with some on-site parking, 81 spaces, and then the rest will be a remote parking. There'll also be a payment in lieu of 25%. These are the areas. It shows where they're going to be doing the remote parking, the transit. Also, all the areas around there are MX2, just as this is MX2, so it's very appropriate for the location. The review timeline is that it went to DRC. Everything happened this year. In March of this year, the Board of Architects in May, the neighborhood meeting was held in June, the Planning and Zoning Board saw it in October, and it's in front of you today with the City Commission. The letters went out to all the residents or businesses which within 1,000 feet. Public notification happened 3 times for the neighborhood meeting, the Planning and Zoning and City Commission, once for each. 3 times the property was posted, once for DRC, once for BOA, and once for Planning and Zoning Board. It's been on the website 4 times, again, for the DRC, BOA, Planning and Zoning, and today for Commission, and 2 newspaper advertisements. So the staff's determination is that this application is consistent with the comp plan goals, objectives, and policies. The staff recommendation is that the mixed use, request number 1, the mixed use be approved with conditions, and that the remote parking, second request, be approved with conditions. And the conditions are, I think that the one most note is the $125,000 contribution, which is in addition, there it is, number 2. Offsite public road improvement contribution of $125,000 for Ponce de Leon Boulevard streetscape within the Design and Innovation District. That's in addition to what they were showing on their site plan for improvements, which, oops, could you put that back up? Okay. Every time I hit go, it gotta go the other way. The other way. Well, they're proposing some improvements on Ponce and in that corner, in the right-of-way, and then there's also the $125,000 contribution for other improvements in that area.
So quick question in regards to landscaping, maybe this is a question for Dina. What it looks to me is like those are shade trees that are being proposed for Ponce. Take into note the size of the trees that are being shown on the rendering, so I want to make sure that we get that size tree. I want to put it on the record. You're going to show it on a rendering. I want to make sure the same tree that we get when the product is delivered. Too many developments come, it shows beautiful renderings, and then you go back, and the tree is a toothpick. It takes 15 years to grow. So please, let's make sure and we galvanize that, we record it to make sure it's delivered. That's number 1. Number 2, my understanding is that this developer has an adjacent property that they're also in consideration of, in the process of getting their development in order. I want to try to minimize the amount of small art projects that we have. I'd like to see that we have a roadmap where those 2 projects can be joined together. They're, I think, half a block away from each other, and so that we can put together one significant work of art in the other proposed project where there's more room for people to enjoy the work.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, we've committed to that. We have a condition that allows us to move the Art in Public Places contribution from this project and combine it with our project so we could have a real world-class signature art piece. At the request of your city attorney, what we're going to be doing is putting that money into escrow before building permit, and then we'll make sure, when the other project gets entitled and moves forward, we'll go ahead and combine those Art in Public Places fee to really do something special for this area.
Perfect. Okay, good. I don't have any further comments unless my colleagues have something they'd like to put on the record.
Did you say?
Yeah, no, I have a few questions. I like the design, and my main concern is that we take care of some of this landscaping. I've got your landscape design up here. I see you have a nice ride-share drop-off location, which that solves lots of problems. But when people walk across the street to go back and forth between the parking, if you look at the landscaping underneath those trees, it's just going to be mud splashing all over them and stuff. So I don't know if staff has addressed this as part of the conditions of approval. You talked about the landscaping on Ponce itself. Is there anything to do on San Lorenzo as the route to the parking garage itself?
In the street or because they are doing improvements on San Lorenzo also in the right of way?
Both sides?
But I don't know if they're doing some, across from San Lorenzo, on the.
There's existing
south.
trees, but there's like no underplanting. It's all roots. It's
So one
all
of the things
mud.
there, I think we're limited by the sidewalk widths, but we are planning on enhancing the planters in that area. We have a lot more space on the ponds frontage, but we are planning on also, as part of our development, after we do that, completing the sidewalk and installing additional landscaping, but we have to kind of fit within the ADA requirements of making sure we can get the minimum clearance there.
I think she's talking
No, I'm
about
talking
the
about putting-
south side of San Lorenzo.
I'm talking about the south side of San Lorenzo. So your tenants go from beautifully landscaped median on the north side of San Lorenzo, and then they get to across the street, and as they're walking to get to the parking
So I
garage, you have
think
mud.
I think the mayor has been working with the operator of Village of Merrick Park for them to enhance their landscaping, and I think they're in the process of that. If you see, some of the plants have been ripped out along ponds. I think
Yeah, these are on
mall
San
operator-
Lorenzo.
Yeah, so on the south side of San Lorenzo, that's the parking garage that we're looking to lease spaces at. That's actually operated by the Village of Merrick Park. And I
Okay.
think they are in the process of enhancing the landscaping in that area. I think they've had some trees that need to be replaced, and I think they're in the process of replacing them.
All right, that would be,
Tina has just nodded that is part of what they're working on with Merrick.
Are the mature trees currently on the north side of San Lorenzo there?
they're on both sides.
No, but I'm asking on there's
some trees,
pretty mature trees on the north side of San Lorenzo are you going to be able to retain those, or are you going to have to?
No, they're remaining on the north side. The ones
I'm
that
talking about on the south side.
those are all black olives.
Yeah, so
I
the
don't
three
see-
trees are going to remain. The three trees on the
Outside, in between San Lorenzo and the building to the south.
correct, yeah.
But
So
on
the
your
ones on
side of
our
the
side are going to
street.
remain. Yeah, we're going to protect them during construction, and obviously improve the sidewalk after we're done, and then bring that landscaping kind of like at the ground level and enhance it. But those trees are going to remain. We're not planning to remove them.
Right. The ones that are being removed are some palms, and they're going to be replaced with shade trees. Because I did look at that.
Yeah, we have some palms on ponds that are going to be replaced with shade trees.
Okay, I believe, and I just want to make sure it's in there, that you have a valet service requirement and the conditions of approval.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we need to submit a valet operations plan to Public Works before that goes into operation.
Okay. And the street improvements, there's a yield sign down near the circle. And we have this situation over here on Segovia and Coral Way. Not actually Coral Way, but it was near where the Segovia Tower is. You're turning, it's a dangerous place to cross. It is a yield, there is a crosswalk there. But I'd like staff to look at what we can do to enhance it so it's more visible for people that are walking there. Because if you ever walk that, we need to do something. And then the trolley stop cover we need as well. Would help this building. The executives, I'm sure, wouldn't want to be standing out in the rain to use the trolley. Can we see a design at some point?
Certainly.
Okay. And for the 125,000 that they're contributing, is that going to be going into some of these items?
No, my understanding is that there are different projects around that area that have contributed at different times. And I think what we've been discussing with the planning department is, and landscaping, I think that corridor from Bird all the way down, that's, you got those palms with the tree grades, and that's what we're.
To improve all that.
What we're currently considering, but there's no plan at the moment. We're trying to figure out how much money do we have available and what can we get from there.
It'd be nice to have some shade.
It would be nice to have some shade, so perhaps we can, establish a landing date to have further discussion on that and make it happen.
And get an idea of what the budget would be, so if we have to start working on matching it or putting additional funds into the budget for next year, that we can get a head start on that.
Right, so we're working with the Memo Service on Planning now, figuring out how much money. I think there's like 2 or 3 different developers that have put money towards overall improvements in that area, so.
So you're talking about, just so I'm clear, I'm on Google Maps here, kind of just looking. You're talking about as you go north on Ponce from this building to Bird Road?
Correct.
All of the palm trees?
Yes.
Removing them?
No, we're looking at a project where
there's a lot of palm
if they
trees.
want shade, then the palm trees need to go. At a minimum, there's some issues with those tree grades. The tree grades are gonna have to be replaced. Whether the preference is to keep the palms or put something shady, I'm sure that'll be a discussion that we'll have at this,
Like I'll just say,
at this
like,
body.
I think when you're doing a project from scratch, I'm all for, and I prefer shade trees. I'm just saying, you have, I don't know how many there are, but there must be,
Quite a few.
60 or 70 palm trees probably between the two sides.
Except for,
There is no project at the moment. We're trying to figure out how much money is available.
Yeah.
And then at that point, we
I just think we
will
should
come
have a
back here and-
discussion about prioritizing all the things that could happen in this corridor, like, and whether ripping out existing palm trees to put shade trees is the best use of funds or not. Like,
Absolutely.
I get that typically we have a choice between shade tree and a not. I get it. I'm for that. But you already have a pretty mature
Yes.
palm tree corridor here. And I think there's a lot of, like, if you look at like the sidewalks and a lot of the other stuff, I think there's a lot you could do to beautify what's already there.
Correct. The
So that's
tree
a
grades we
discussion
know
we
is an
should have
issue,
as
so
we,
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but the only comment I have about the royal palms on the sidewalk area is when one of those fronds drop, those are huge. Those are huge. In the center of the street, no problem. On the sidewalk, it's a mess.
I mean, I think that's a conversation that we can have.
That's a maintenance issue, I think, more than anything.
But it's a beautiful building. I think you've done, a fabulous job with it. Looking forward to see some more LEED compliance information on the drawings, though.
Mr. Navarro, there was one condition that didn't make it to the papers. Do we want to go ahead and put that on the record now?
So one of the conditions that we wanted to just clarify was that when we come in with the parking lease for the off-site parking, that it be either a lease or a similar instrument that's approved by your city attorney. I think the idea is that we may have either a license or an easement that will have the same requirements as a lease would. It just may be in a different type of document. We want to make sure that we have that flexibility, obviously subject that it's approved by your city attorney as to legal form and sufficiency.
I don't have a problem with that.
Commissioner?
Before we move forward, there's more for the administration. Since I'm sure this is perhaps one of other projects will be coming down the pipeline on the east side of Ponce, and we will have more people crossing Ponce to get to Village of Merrick Park, I think we need to look at that entire corridor, take a look at it again, because I drive down that area a lot, and it's challenging for pedestrians. I'm looking at the image that the Vice Mayor put up. When you're coming from the large circle going north, where the traffic light is, you turn left into San Lorenzo. That's a spot where Ponce sort of jogs left. All of a sudden, the lines go and it jogs left. 50% of the cars end up crossing over because they don't know how to maneuver that jog left. That's exactly, I believe, where people will be crossing the street trying to get to Merrick Park.
Right.
We have the crosswalks, but we also have the trolley stop right where the crosswalks are. So when you're driving north on Ponce, you see someone waiting for the trolley, but you don't know if that person's trying to cross the crosswalk or waiting for the trolley. I've seen people assume that cars are going to stop, and they cross, and there's confusion. So I think going forward, since the project I think is amazing, the design and everything my colleagues I have mentioned, I agree with, but for purposes of going forward and safety and just common sense, we need to look at that corridor to see how we can make it better, safer, and more practical.
You also have diagonal parking along Ponce there. I've personally seen more than one car accident, real time. The reality is when you have diagonal parking on a busy street like Ponce between Bird and US 1 there, where cars are moving fairly fast, people are backing out onto oncoming traffic
And you don't
And when
see.
you're backing out from a diagonal parking space onto Ponce, you can't see. You have to like edge back but
No, it's,
you know, it's dangerous.
unless you have a camera,
Yeah.
and even then, it's very hard because if it's raining, the glare, you just can't see. But
And that's-
Commissioner Menendez,
that's the
you
point.
described perfectly the problem with that circle in the crosswalk area. I have walked it, and you take your life in your hands trying to cross over that area.
Yeah.
The cars come whipping around that circle too fast, and if we had some kind of lit up system, whether it's, the yield sign goes up or like they do on Coral Way, I think that would be greatly beneficial.
And that's the point I was, really making is, and I'll make this my last comment so we can move on, because it's not really specifically about your building, it's more for staff, but I think as we look to invest funds in the infrastructure along this corridor, to me, the replacement of the palm trees for shade trees is lower on the list than a lot of the things being discussed, the crosswalks, the parking, and some of these configurations that I'd like to see us improve to make it prettier, but also safer.
Perfect. Okay.
Understood, Vice Mayor. The issue of diagonal parking versus parallel parking is the loss of parking, as you know.
No, I get it.
That's the same thing.
There's a lot of things that we need to manage.
Yeah.
We dealt with that at Miracle Mile, and again, I'm with you in regards to the trees and finding a real solution, not just piecemealing it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it more holistically. You want to?
We will look at those issues, Mayor.
Yeah, we have 2 times certain items. Do you have any other comments in regards to this item?
I was going to make a motion.
Mr. Clerk, are there any public comments?
No, ma'am.
We need 2 different votes.
I'll make a motion on F7.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Before we move on to F8, just want to make sure I made those comments about the rooftop, different things. I want staff to work, if that is an option for the future. I don't want to get involved in your business, but I could see something like this really working out well for you if you're interested in that.
Yeah, if we could have that additional flexibility, that'd be fantastic.
So just work with the city manager in his office, please. Moving on to F8, do we have a motion?
Yes,
I'll
I'll
move
move it. Sorry, I'll second.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F4.
you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your meeting.
Time certain 10:30.
Yes, Mayor. F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission creating Section 4241 smoking in parks, prohibiting smoking in all parks operated by the city, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Ms. Throckmorton.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. The item before you today is an ordinance on first reading. I believe we have a member of the public on Zoom who wanted to speak a little bit about this item. But just to give you a brief overview, last year the state legislature amended one of their preemptions, and in a rare reversal gave municipalities a bit more flexibility to manage local affairs. And the city would like to take that flexibility and ban the smoking and vaping in parks in accordance with state law, which does not prohibit the banning of unfiltered cigars. We've got the Director of Community Recreation here, and I believe we have a gentleman on Zoom who wishes to speak as well.
He's actually in person.
Oh,
I
in
think.
person. Oh, perfect.
I've been in discussions with our senior advisory board. Richard, you can come on up. And he kind of has helped lead this effort and has, I had a meeting with him and with, he brought a member of the Department of Health, and we talked about the importance of this process, and he's really been kind of my guiding light on this one. So, and it goes back to when, if you recall, when there was the bill that was coming to the state legislature, their board sent a recommendation that we supported that. So it's great that now we're at this point, and I just wanted Richard to have a few words since he was kind of the guy who brought it to me and got me started on it.
Richard, thank you for being here. You've come to my office to discuss this issue, and I appreciate your continued engagement with the city. And it's interesting, and just really quickly, it's interesting, Mark Trowbridge was here. I don't know if you were here before, but Mark was here from the chamber, and he brought up Pittman Park and how when we were doing our quarterly cleanup, that's an area where there's a lot of cigarette butts in that little park. So this just kind of dovetails perfectly into the conversation.
It all goes together. So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I just wanted to briefly speak in support of this. I think it makes good health policy, good public policy in general. I should say, by way of introduction, my name is Richard Thurr. I live at 1019 Castile, and I'm chair of the Tobacco-Free Work Group, which is part of the consortium of Healthy Miami-Dade, which comprises over 400 community-based organizations under the auspices of the health department, all of which have interest in promoting the health of the citizens of Miami-Dade County. So I think this is one small step in that general direction. And since the state legislature has given us the opportunity, we certainly should take advantage of it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. Can I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move it. I'll second.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. We have a time certain, 11 o'clock, and then we're going to take a quick bathroom break. Do you want to take a 5-minute break now?
Whenever, no, we can do this, whatever you want.
I think this is a pretty simple one. This is G1, discussion regarding solar panels for the Granada Golf Clubhouse. This was brought to my attention. Obviously, I have solar in my house. Commissioner Anderson has solar in her house. And we were talking about the opportunity of, again, doing everything in our power as a city to continue to push the agenda of renewables. We have removed through legislation the cost of permitting solar. We have expedited it through the hard work of our staff, Surami's team, all of development services. And I think we've been very, flexible in regards to the location of certain solar on residents when it's difficult. So we as a city, I think, have been leading that effort. I think there's a good opportunity to send a message here. And I want to hear from Commissioner Anderson. I think there's a strong opportunity as people become, as we all know, as they activate the area of the country club, and we're now going to renovate Burger Bob's, which in December we'll be showing the community some conceptual interiors so that the community can give us their feedback and guidance on that. But I think there's an opportunity for people to see solar who don't have it at home or don't have a friend or a family member. They can get a first-hand look at how solar works and how it's not dangerous and how, again, it's a good opportunity to save money and do right by the planet. So I know we just recently redid our roof.
Yes, about 4 years ago, give or take.
I know that we're going after a grant that was brought to our attention in regards to, I think it's a $20,000 grant for solar panels, but I know that there's a delta in regards to the cost. Am I missing anything else?
No.
No, Mayor, that's pretty much it. We have a delta. This will be between 50 and 75. Okay. The grant is about 20, but we can certainly include solar.
So what I would like to do, and I'd like for Commissioner Anderson to please give us her guidance on this, is to have my colleagues request through the manager to move forward with a grant and also move forward with trying to find or trying to bring all the pieces together to get estimates from multiple different companies to see what will be the final cost for the solar, and then bring it back so we can make sure we can include it in the budget. I think it's a nominal amount, and I think it sends a very strong message because we can't do it in many buildings, but we could do it in this building. This building is a city building.
Mayor, we have no issue in moving forward with that.
I know you don't. I know. I just want to, again, this is the effort of, showcasing a little bit about, we don't just talk about it, we do it. This is what this community, this is what this city's all about. Commissioner.
Just a real quick question. So the solar panels for the Pro Shop Burger Bob's building, just to educate everyone, including myself, how much can it contribute in terms of providing energy or power to, the facilities?
Commissioner, we really have to look at that now.
Yeah.
We have to work with the city architect because there are areas that we can't put solar panels, there are areas that we can to be consistent with what we do with everybody else. And so what we will try to do is maximize the number of panels.
We don't know yet, Commissioner, and this is like something what happens in a house. So my house, depending on the time of the year, I can get my electricity bill down to $9. But certain times during the summer, it's working a little bit more. It also depends on new technology. For example, when I installed my solar panels, the technology has only advanced. You can also do certain things. For example, when we're remodeling this building with using different R values for insulation, which will reduce the use of the air conditioning. The air conditioning is the most, the item that contributes to most electrical use in a house or in a business.
And the reason I asked is because I'm supportive of this, but since Burger Bob's, the name that everybody has come to know, is so part of the neighborhood that I could foresee, we were talking earlier about hurricanes and power, if things go out, have a Burger Bob's continue to be able to, stay open as part of the neighborhood. That's what I foresee.
That's a
We
great
have to look at,
The place that the community come to.
there's a lot of technical issues there because it's a restaurant. There are high demand times for that, so it's hard to do. But we can look at solar and battery technology, which is what the mayor has in mind.
And I have I have the batteries in my house installed. I have end phase batteries in my house, so I don't need a generator.
I think it's a good idea.
And they
very
work.
good idea.
They work incredibly well.
Well, I think it's a long time coming that we need to set this example as far as answering your questions on how much power it's going to create. It depends on how many panels we can fit on at the optimum angles on the roof itself. But it also shades the roof, and it was the best thing I ever did. You should consider doing it on your place. I've sat down with the city architect and worked on designs that both comply with our code and aesthetic requirements to help residents out during this process. So,
Commissioner, that's exactly what we'll be doing.
right. Your highest use items, they can also put an outdoor grill out there that won't take any
This
power
is
during
my
a
solar
hurricane.
panel right now.
It is. It is.
Cuban
You're
coffee.
going to start glowing.
Yes.
So Commissioner Anderson, with your guidance, with that being said, can we request in December that you come back and just give us a more targeted number in regards to costs to see where we stand and push forward on the grant and really.
Mayor, we'll come back in December with all specifics for this particular project.
Mr. Clerk, can we put it on the agenda, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I do have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Okay.
Ms. Marlene Ebert.
Good morning, everybody. For the record, my name is Marilyn Ebert. Excuse me, I live at 6510 San Vicente. I brought to the city a possibility of a grant from the villagers. We have a very wonderful resident in our city by the name of Sally Jude, who is 96 years old. And she approached me in the summer of 2021 and said, I'd like to have a villager grant. We're both members of the villagers. And she said, I want it to be a sustainability grant. And what the villagers do is historic preservation. So I looked around for a building or something that could combine them both. And that's why we're not really calling it Burger Bob's, because the villagers are not going to put solar panels on a restaurant. But the name of that building is officially the Granada Clubhouse. And it was built in 1962. So, or 1967, right around there. So it makes it over 50 years old. It sits in the neighborhood of the North Greenways, which is historic, and it's on the oldest 9-hole golf course in the state of Florida. So right there, it qualifies. Now, we have already done our grant cycle for this year. I'm sorry that you just missed it, but I happened to run into both the mayor and Commissioner Anderson at the chili cook-off, and I said, you know, we could get this started again, and maybe we would give a grant in the spring. We have done that in the past. So I'm very excited that this is a possibility. I also have solar panels on my house. I was having dinner in South Miami last night when my watch signaled that my Tesla power walls were on. And so I went home and I was the only light in the neighborhood. 43 houses had gone out. And FP&L, these two big men came and knocked on my door about 10 after 9, and they said, how do you have lights on? And they said, we can't hear your generator because the Tesla Powerwall's perfectly silent. So I was the only one that had lights. Commissioner Menendez, a lot of people are under the misconception that if you have solar when FPNL goes out, that you have power. I'm tied to the grid. So it's only having the backup power walls that gives me power.
Okay.
And last winter, I had a bill, Mayor, of 55 cents, one of my months. And the fact that the Granada Snack Shop is being outfitted with new windows, as a new roof, I mean, you're going to see tiny bills, I hope. City Manager, Mr. Iglesias, what's the square footage of that building?
Which one, I'm sorry?
The whole Granada Clubhouse building?
Around 5,000.
How much?
About what?
Around 5,000, give or take.
5,000, okay. Okay.
Around there, 6,000 square feet, more or less.
You know, as head of your sustainability board, I also worked very hard on having a green restaurant. So I have lots of notes about, you know, low flush toilets, automatic lights that go on and off, timers. So, you know, I'd love to talk to you sometime. I've said that about redoing that snack shop.
Right. I just want to comment what Marlon, Ms. Everett said, just so that there's no confusion in the community. The clubhouse is the name that must be used for technical reasons.
Correct.
But I want the community to understand that we can and we should, and the community is free to continue calling it Burger Bob's. But if they see Granada Clubhouse, it's not that we're doing away with a history. We're actually trying to improve the path forward for technical reasons. I just don't want any
Correct.
confusion.
Thank you.
You know, I see the whole outside with pollinator gardens, herb gardens, rain barrels, composting.
We have actually separated both buildings from a folio point of view. When we look at the solar panels, that's why I mentioned that, which one we will look at where it's most efficient to put the solar energy to.
Great. So what we'll do is, we'll do as we requested. We'll bring it back in December with more concrete information so that we can make a decision on, you know, how much does it actually cost to implement solar panels. Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. All right. Mr. Clerk, F1, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor, F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for tax amendments to the City of Puerto Rico's official zoning code by amending Article 14 process, Section 14204.9, expiration of approvals to eliminate the expiration of certificates of TDR, providing for a severability clause, repeal the provision, codification, providing for an effective date. Ms. Suarez. This is a public hearing item.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Christina Suarez, Deputy City Attorney. What this ordinance does, as you know, it's on second reading. It just removes the expiration on certificates of TDRs. It does keep in place an expiration of 2 years for approvals for the use of TDRs on receiver sites. The only clarification from first reading is to make sure it's retroactive to any certificates of TDRs that have already been issued.
Are there any changes for first reading?
That was it, just that clarification.
Perfect. I'll entertain a motion.
And just, it did go to P&Z, and P&Z recommended approval.
Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
No, sir.
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to F2.
F2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables zoning code, Article 15 notices, Section 15104 quasi judicial procedures, and amending Section 2-79 of Chapter 2, Article 3 of the City of Coral Gables Code titled Order of Business to clarify definitions of documentary evidence and amend the order of presentation for quasi judicial hearings, providing for repeal of provision, severability clause codification, providing for an effective date.
Good morning again. Stephanie Throckmorton, Assistant City Attorney. Before you is on second reading, a change to the city code and the zoning code clarifying the order of business and the use of documentary evidence that's duplicative of information already timely submitted. This went to the Planning and Zoning Board between first and second reading and was approved 6-0. There have been no changes since first reading.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any comments?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to F5.
F5 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city to enter into a second amendment.
Sorry,
to the-
did I skip F3?
Yeah.
You said F5.
Yeah, but he skipped F3.
Did I skip F3?
And F4, yes, you skipped F3.
Moving on. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Going back
In
to
order-
F3, let's finish second reading.
An ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 14 process, Section 14102.3, meetings quorum required vote to amend the requirement of 4 affirmative votes for recommendations relating to the comprehensive plan amendments, providing for a severability clause, repeal the provision, codification, providing for an effective date.
Are there any
Suarez?
changes? Are there any changes from first reading? None? Mr. Clerk, do you have any comments?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F5.
F5 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city to enter into a second amendment to the second amended and restated master lease agreement for the property commonly known as the Village of Merrick Park with Merrick Park LLC, Rouse Coral Gables LLC, amending Section 3.1 relating to parking and approving the general terms of corresponding license agreement for certain parking uses, providing for repeal provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Ms. Sardinez will take you through the changes.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Zeta Sardinez, Asset Manager. As the City Attorney said, the ordinance will authorize the city to enter into a second amendment to the second amended and restated master lease agreement for the property commonly known as Village of Merrick Park or Merrick Shops, amending Section 3.1 of the lease related to parking. The amendment also approves the general terms of a corresponding license agreement for certain parking uses. The second amended and restated master lease agreement that is in place provides for 400 parking spaces at the Village of Merrick Park's parking garages to be made available to the landlord, charged at city rates, and that these be utilized pursuant to a parking plan. The lease further provides that 220 of the spaces be located in one or both of the north garages, that 180 spaces be located in the east garage, and that the spaces be made available from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Finally, the lease provides that revenues received from the use of such spaces become part of project revenue for purposes of calculating percentage rent. Landlord and tenant now wish to amend the lease to provide for more flexible use of the 400 parking spaces, which will continue to include the permit parking spaces and may include long-term parking spaces governed by a license agreement with neighboring developments. The proposed terms of the lease amendment are as follows. Up to 400 spaces will be made available for use by the landlord for permit parking in use by tenants, residents, guests, invitees, or other occupants of one or more developments designated by the landlord. The day and time restrictions will be removed, making the spaces available to the landlord 24 hours per day, 7 days a week. The use of said development designated spaces will be governed by a license agreement, substantially in the form that's attached to the Second Amendment of the lease. Any request for the use of said spaces by a development must be initiated by the landlord. The tenant agrees that if request is made for exclusive spaces, the tenant will, in good faith, seek the approval of the anchor tenants at the Village of Merrick Park under the construction operation and reciprocal easement agreement that is in place. The fee charged per space will be capped at the greater of 150% of the city's parking rate today, or 150% of the city's parking rate at the time that the license agreement is entered into, with provisions for CPI increases. Staff recommends approval, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments?
No, sir.
I think it's a long time coming.
I just have a quick question just to clarify,
Okay.
if you don't mind. Will this situation, the lease, open things up for use by any neighboring development in the area?
Yes.
Yes. I just want to clarify, put it on the record.
Yes.
That
Yes.
it's available
To any development.
any
Yes.
development.
And we do have a representative of the village here if you'd like to speak.
Yes, Carlos Lamontes, General Manager at Shops at Merrick Park. I just want to thank city staff and then Brookfield Corporate for helping get this together pretty quickly on our end. I know we sometimes have to go through so many checks and everything. So I think it's a good amendment to the lease, and I look forward to whatever the city brings forward going forward.
Thank you.
On that same, just to dovetail off that last question, is there anything in there? It would seem to me like it would make sense that if you have shared parking by a nearby building, like what we discussed earlier, that flows into one of these garages, is there a way to put something in here that would limit it to the upper floors as much as possible so that it doesn't create congestion for people that are using and accessing the mall as for retail and for other things?
So it's two different things. So what Mr. Navarro was referring to in the previous project is a deal directly with the Village of Merrick Park for their spaces. The city has 400 spaces that are ours.
Right.
And this amendment is only related to those 400 spaces. What the terms of their agreement are with the developer who wants to use the remaining 3,500 spaces, that I don't know.
Okay.
In ours, that restriction is not there. There is a license agreement that would be entered into, and if at that time they thought that that was appropriate, that could be negotiated.
I mean, look, I don't necessarily think it needs to be tied to this specific ordinance. I just bringing the topic up for discussion. I would think, from your perspective, you wouldn't want everyday parkers parking on the lower floors.
The spaces that our 400 are assigned to are actually not in the primary garage for the Shops at Merrick Park, so they protect their primary facility. They're either in the tall building, which was just south of the previous project,
right,
or they're in the north garages, so that the primary shopping spaces they have are not impacted by our 400.
No, and that point is well taken. Again, I didn't mean to limit my comment to just the 400 spaces for starters. And secondly, what I would say to that is, I think as you see more development in this area, you're going to see more parking in these other parking facilities by patrons.
Yes.
You know, if you have rooftop restaurants and retail on the bottom and new buildings come online, you're going to see more demand for parking. So, you know, anyway, I think you hear my point.
Yes, I do.
It makes sense to me that if you have a daily parker that's using a shared space, that they would park on the upper floors, so that it's easier for people to access the more open parking for everybody else.
Yes.
All right, I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, is there any comments?
No, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
We have a motion and a second?
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to commend you on your landscaping. We have a lot of work to do still.
We understand, yeah.
We have a lot of work to do. As you know, the city has kept up their end of the bargain. If you drive down Ponce, you'll see all the landscaping, which, well, not all, but a majority of the landscaping that has been there. We're continuing to work today. They're working in the rain yesterday. We're removing the landscaping on Ponce. We're elevating, our quality. So there's certain things, I drive by your project every day. 4:45 in the morning on the way to the gym.
Yep.
So I have a firsthand experience of the progress you're making. I haven't seen much progress in the last few weeks. So I need you to, let's get it going, especially in that area. As you know, the collection, which just finished the building, they re-landscaped all that area. All your landscaping across the street from that has been the same for 15 years. It's all dead twigs. I want to know when we're going to get that changed and get that going, because I think it's important that we get that done.
And we're working with our landscaper to try to get some issues resolved before we finish up the project. But yeah, this is part of our long-term plan, and we're going to keep working it.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better.
I
So I just
appreciate
want
it,
to say thank you for that, but I just want you to know that I'm there every day.
Oh, I know, and I appreciate it. No,
If you'd like to do a third site visit, we can do a third site visit. We can look, we can kind of see certain areas that I think are important. I welcome my colleagues to come and join me on these site visits, because at the end of the day, when you elevate your quality, the city elevates their quality, the benefactors are the residents and the business community.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to do here.
no, it's always
Lead by example.
Yeah, and it's always good to get another set of eyes. Sometimes
You tell me when you like, and I can see you there in 2 weeks.
I'm open next 2 weeks. How about after the tree lighting on November 17th?
I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Great job. Great job. And by the way, I also wanted to commend you. I went by the Billmore. The Billmore's looking much nicer. Certain areas of it, also our public buildings. I know you're starting to pay a lot of attention to that. We're working on the sidewalks and maintaining our assets. So thank you for that. Okay. Great job. Moving on to F6.
F6 is a resolution of City Commission amending Resolution Number 2022-175 to establish a revised PFOA mitigation policy pursuant to the Code of Miami-Dade County, Chapter 5, Animals and Fowls, Section 4-16, taking a PFOA prohibited municipal opt-out.
Good morning. This item is sponsored by Mayor Lago. As you may recall, a few months ago, you all adopted a PFAL removal policy, which Ms. Levy Garcia presented to the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners last month. Last month at the BCC meeting, the commission conditionally approved the city's policy contingent on the city clarifying a few items, including making more clear the language about humane removal and relocation of PFAL, and exploring the possibility of implementing a neutering program for PFAL. The PFAL mitigation policy has been updated with the suggestions from the BCC and is before you today for your approval.
Do we already are we working on now a strategy when residents, because I've had a lot of residents call me and tell me, listen, we have these issues, especially on the corridor of Lejeune, where it's the boundary between the city of Miami, Coconut Grove, and the Chinese Village, and that area there. We just have the new park that we just inaugurated. Do we have a plan already in place when residents start calling on how to start the positive removal of the PFAL?
Mayor, we're trying to find, once this passes, we'll have companies that will remove them, and also that the county wanted us to make sure that they were humanely treated. So we are finding those companies now to be able to take care of ourselves and provide that to our residents.
Again, we need to keep reminding people that these are not native species. They're not. They're like the iguanas, the pythons, beautiful, beautiful. But just like there's some residents that love them, there's also some residents that really are not happy with the situation. And please, to not make the situation worse, we have 2 issues of this right now, especially one around the Chinese Village. Do not feed the PFAL. Please, do not take cat food and put cat food on the sidewalks, because it's just attracting dozens of peacocks. And we're all getting the emails. We're all having to deal with it. There's even legals involved on trying to stop this feeding of the peacocks. Beautiful in nature, but again, let's not do that, please.
Unfortunately, we have a national park right just west of Chrome Avenue, and if this gets there, it'll be another destructive species there. So this is very serious.
Yes. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F9. Thank you.
you.
Great work.
F9 is a resolution of City Commission approving the tentative plat entitled Belmont Residences at Coral Gables pursuant to zoning code Article 14, Section 14.210, platting and subdivision being a replat of 61,569 square feet of the property legally described as lots 12 through 31, Block 3, and the south of 7.5 feet of lots 11 and 32, Block 3, Coral Gables Industrial Section, together with the portion of 30-foot platted alleyway south of the north line of the south 7.5 feet of said Lot 11 projected westerly and north of the south line of said Block 3. For 4111 Salcedo Street, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and anyone testifying should be sworn in. Mr. Clerk.
Those appearing for this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Bobby Behar, 600 Brickell Avenue, representing Belmont Village and Baptist Health of South Florida, the owners and developers of the property located at 4111 Salcedo Street. Just a little background on the project. Belmont Village was approved in May of 2020, and was well received by community, has been since then. We are here today simply to consolidate several platted lots into one platted lot.
Mr. Clerk?
It'll be up. Can cable TV put on Zoom? There you go.
So this is a final plat for the Belmont Residence project. As Mr. Hereby mentioned, on May 26, 2020, the City Commission approved an assisted living facility project known as Belmont Village, which is a 10-story building with 232 assisted living units and ground floor commercial uses. The project is located south of Bay Road at 4111 Salcedo. The Planning and Zoning Board approved the tentative plat on a vote of 6-0 on February 12 of 2020. The final plat has been reviewed by the Public Works Department and the Development Services. And upon approval, we will have to go to Miami-Dade County for final plat approval and recordation.
Anything else?
Nothing else?
Do my colleagues have any comments? Oh, seems pretty standard. Do we have any comments from the public?
No, sir.
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, moving on to F10.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the final plat entitled Alta Strategic Gables pursuant to the Zoning Code Article 14, Section 14.210, Planning and Subdivision regarding a replat of 61,548 square feet into two tracts of land on the property legally described as lots 1 through 11 inclusive, less the south 7.5 feet thereof, and lots 32 through 42 inclusive, less the south 7.5 feet thereof, Block 3, Coral Gables Industrial Section, together with that portion of the 30-foot platted alley line north of the north line of the south 7.5 feet of said Lot 11 projected westerly and south of the north line, said Block 3, 250 Bird Road, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Mr. Clerk, anyone testifying should also be sworn in.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Bobby Behar, 600 Brickell, representing Alto Developers, LLC, the owners and developers of the property located at 250 Bird Road. This is just the north half of the block that was just discussed for Belmont. Alta is developing a multifamily mixed-use project, which was approved in September of 2020 by the Commission. Construction is going to commence later this year, and similar to the Belmont Village plat, it is just to consolidate several platted lots. Thank you.
So on October 13, 2020, the City Commission approved the mixed-use project refers to as Merrick 250. That's a 12-story building and with 215 residential units and ground floor commercial. The Planning and Zoning Board approved the tentative plat on August 12, 2020 by a vote of 6-0. The Public Works Department and Development Service has reviewed these, the final plat. It's the same as the other one. Next step is for it to go to the county for final approval and recordation. Nothing else.
Do we have any comments from anyone in the community?
No, sir.
My colleagues on the commission?
No. No,
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Moving on to G2, City Commission items.
G2, I want to make sure that we're on track here with the Dover Cole study on Biltmore Way and the bicycle circulation pattern over to the mobility hub on Andalusia Avenue and possibly Valencia Avenue. So give us an update.
Yes, unfortunately, Melissa Esaias is under the weather, so she couldn't be here today.
Sorry to hear that.
In fact, I asked her to please do not come.
I've told that to employees too. Keep your germs.
So we're moving along. I think we're currently working on finding a location for the public meetings to happen in early December.
Mhm.
And we've had some discussions with the work call. I think the idea is to do the Billmore Way path that we discussed, but if for some reason that's not well received, then we can pivot into your suggestion of looking into Andalusia and Valencia.
Right. Well, I mean, do we have any draft drawings that you can share with the commission?
Well, absolutely. Not here, but we can certainly share with all of
Yeah,
you.
if you
what we
can
have.
circulate it, it would be
Yes.
nice to be at least able to look at it ahead of time.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, anything else?
That's it. Just want an update, and
Perfect.
hopefully we'll.
You want to put on the next?
Put it on the next agenda to make sure that we're on track.
Perfect. Mr. Clerk?
Will do.
Thank you. Moving on. May I move on, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
Moving on to item G3. Discussion regarding green matter and trash pits. This is simple. Again, I'll preface the conversation with, we are not discussing removing your trash pits. As the county costs get more and more expensive, we will, I don't have a crystal ball, but we will be receiving, and Paula can come up here and talk a little bit more about it, we will be receiving for sure a pass-through in regards to more county fees in the upcoming year. It'll just continue to happen. It's inevitable. It is what it is. Especially as I expect the county to have significant shortfalls because the federal government will not be giving a multi-$100 million check to the county this year that I foresee. And you have a lot of reoccurring revenues which need to be taken care of. So what I foresee is an opportunity to find solutions on how to take our trash pits and make them to divert some of that trash and potentially recycle it one way or another. And we're looking at one company in particular that the county is already entering into a letter of agreement with, a letter of intent. And this company is already being used in Tallahassee, in that county.
Leon County, man.
In Leon County, excuse me. And they're doing a pilot program over there. It's a very interesting, and we've been having discussions, and I know that you're looking into it. That's not for today. Besides saving money, I think it's also an issue of beautification. So I wanted to show you 3 photos that Paula and I, we were visiting a neighborhood. So this is the first photo. This is what we encountered. This right here is completely allowed by the code. That can be there for 7 days, correct?
Yes.
So you can have a black bag or 10 black bags in your trash pit, and that is completely allowed by the code. What I would like to see is potentially the next photo, is for your pit to be solely for green matter. So instead of, by the way, that's the same pit. All I did was remove the plastic bag, and I let the leaves, by the way, they weren't leaves. They were actually garbage that people use to hide and throw it away. But I'm going to tell you they were leaves. Just put the leaves back onto the trash pit. And if potentially we're able to find a company like the one that we're kind of discussing right now, I would like to see something like this in the future. This is the third photo. You would have your trash pit, which you could have 7 days a week for green matter. And adjacent to that, when it's the day of the pickup, the night before, you can put your trash that you want to get rid of adjacent to your trash pit or right next to it. Why do I want to do that? Because I want to try to limit, number one, the horrific look of all these garbage bags throughout the city in our trash pits, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And number two, if we do engage with a company that is already working on with the county and Leon County, they require for the trash pit garbage to be only green matter. And what they do is they take that green matter and they divert it and they basically make it into a matter,
Ash.
an ash, which can be used in sidewalks. This was brought to me by a previous senator who is representing them as a client. And it's a very interesting model, which if you look at the presentation, which was sent to me by email, so it's a public record, I forwarded to the staff. The numbers are between 80 to 85% savings because they recycle the green matter. That green matter, and correct me if I'm wrong, Paula, this is your specialty and the manager, you guys know this a lot better than we do. Green matter goes to the county, to the dump, correct?
We actually take it to our resource recovery facility, so it's used for recovery.
Yeah, but we have to pay for that.
Yes, we pay approximately $43, about $44.
Mayor, garbage goes to the county by the bond issue, and green matter and garbage go to waste management.
But we have to pay 40.
Yes, we do.
So the whole point is to divert that 40-something dollar expense per ton. And imagine our city has so much lushness that it would be a lot of money if we can divert it. And we have the facilities on 72nd and Coral Way where we have multiple acres that are not being used currently.
1.6 acres of
1.6 acres. So if we could have this, by the way, it's no cost to the city. You know, it would literally reduce our garbage. So I'm looking for options to be more sustainable, and I'm looking for options to save the city money. The garbage fees are going to continue. So this is the first year in a long time that the commission said, no, we're not going to pass the $300,000 uptick in garbage that the county's passing on to us. We're gonna absorb it, but we can't continue to do that. We have to be honest with ourselves. We cannot. So we got to find solutions. If we're not going to get rid of trash pits, which I said we're not going to, we ask people to not listen to blogs, do not listen to hearsay, rumors. We're not asking for that. We're just asking to beautify the city, and we're asking to do something like I showed you in those pictures, which I think will not only save us money, it's a sustainable thing to do, but it's also, imagine 6 days and a half of just no garbage bags located on your street. I think that's a huge step forward, along with the cardboard that we did, which is already saving us almost diverting 300,000 pounds of cardboard. I think it was 320,000 pounds.
320,000.
320,000 pounds in the presentation that you put together, Paula. So that's my intent, and I'm doing it in the sunshine. I'm having a conversation with my colleagues to make sure that we do the right thing, save money, sustainable, and we save the city, and we actually beautify the city.
So I think this is a step in the right direction because it'll help bring down the costs for the residents, environmentally speaking as well. You know, the amount of money it takes to open up a new dumping site is tremendous, and we're really running out of places to dump. So it's getting trucked further and further away from burning the fuel to haul this stuff and the lack of space to do it. There's articles out there where they show the South Dade landfill was only meant to be a temporary thing after Hurricane Andrew, and it's impacting our ability to restore water flows to the bay. So there's many different reasons why finding a more sustainable way to deal with our yard waste is a good thing.
We've been looking at this, as the mayor said, they have a pilot program in Leon County. And what they do is they take green matter and mineralize it into a form that can be used, let's say in concrete for ash and things like this. What we have to look at right now is that potential cost savings, which might get more and more as we go, because we would have to have additional equipment to make sure that we segregate green matter from what is not green matter. So we currently have a crane and 2 trucks that actually work in tandem, so that when one truck goes to dump, the other truck is being filled. We would potentially have to look at maybe a 3rd truck so that we have green matter in 2 trucks and the waste or the trash, let's say, not garbage but trash in that 3rd truck. So I think as we move forward, we really have to take a look at this, because this is very interesting, the fact that we can create an ash that can be used in construction, that can be used in cement, let's say in concrete, to reduce the cement ratio in concrete, thereby which is the making of cement is where the problem is as far as concrete. It's not in the asphalt plant. So we are looking at this from a pilot program perspective, Mayor. We're looking at some costs involved and seeing what the additional cost of that additional truck is versus our savings. But as trash becomes more and more expensive, we're currently paying $47 a ton. We're paying almost $70 a ton for garbage at the county site. So we are going to continue to monitor this. and see how that Leon County pilot program works, Mayor. And hopefully, if that works out, we do have that 1.6 acres at 72nd Avenue that we would have to clean. There are environmental issues in that site, but that's a tremendous piece of property. Yeah. It's IU3. It's a tremendous piece of property that we could use. And so we are going to continuously monitor what's going on in that pilot program and bring it to the city commission as soon as we get a little more information on it, Mayor.
So I wanted to thank Senator Oscar Brennan, who brought it to my attention. And the purpose of this discussion at the end of the day was just to give you a little more information of what I presented to staff and to have you buy in to this idea and to ask staff to engage with this company. Paula, start doing research through the manager, start doing research to understand, okay, what are we looking at? If we have X amount of green matter that we have to process and that we're paying for, we have the numbers, we know how much we're paying for it. What if we divert that and we use this system and it serves and it saves us? They say 85%. I want to be conservative. Say 75%, 70% of what we're having to pay at $47 a ton. I mean, again, that's money. That's real money. Right. Significant money. So, and by the way, it's also environmentally the right thing to do. We can use it for, they take the ash. Again, it's a construction boom. You know, there's a lot of opportunities. We're building sidewalks. We can't build the sidewalks fast enough. So, this is something that I asked the commission. I don't know if you need a resolution. Do you think you need more time? Can I put this on the agenda in January? Is January okay?
I think January would be good, Mayor. It gives us a little bit of time to look at that pilot program, see how that's functioning. I know Durham is also looking at that pilot program.
It's already happening in Leon. They're already doing it in Leon.
Yeah, they're actually doing it, and Durham is actually looking at that to see how that works. So it gives us a little bit more time to really evaluate it and see how that pilot program is doing. And we can also talk to the Durham folks and see how their evaluations are doing. So it's very interesting, Mayor.
And by the way, also the key there too is like what Commissioner Anderson said. You also are limiting your travel time, so you're wasting less fuel. Mm-hmm. You're wasting less fuel having to take it to the dump sites. So there's a lot of things that are going to go into this discussion. So, Mr. Clerk,
yes, sir.
With the support of my colleagues on the commission, can we put this on the agenda for January to have Paula and her team with the manager present, their conversations? I want to give you enough time to really look over this and take those 3 pictures, because when you segregate the waste like that, that's the way you start, by the residents helping you, green matter, trash, and then you have your cardboard and recycling. I think it's not that difficult. And plus, if you can pass the savings on to the residents, then they're like, listen, this makes sense. This is a good idea.
And Mayor, when we're ready, we'll just need to amend an ordinance to prohibit non-green matter from being in the.
Yeah, I want to see the numbers. And by the way, I'm willing to do it now for the purposes of just beautification alone. Mm-hmm. Beautification alone. Yep. I mean, how do my colleagues feel about the issue of not allowing garbage bags and just saying, hey, just open up, collect the leaves, collect the green matter, and put it on the pile? Do you feel comfortable with that, or do you want to think about it more? Do you want to talk to colleagues about it? Our constituency. I'm fine with that.
I feel very comfortable with it.
Okay. How do you feel?
If they're put out the night before and not sitting out there 7 days a week.
Yeah, but no black bags, no clear bags, no white bags at all. It's allowed by the code now until the night before. You treat it like trash. And if you want to take away the green matter, which is the leaves that are in the bags, just dump it on the pile. You beautify the neighborhoods. It's something I think is very beneficial in my opinion, aesthetically.
Yeah, let's see what they come back with on the.
Yeah. I'd like to speak to the constituency some more about that, because it's not just leaves in the bags. It might be,
But I will say, you touched on something earlier, which is the key. If we're going to have a real discussion on this item, you need to pass through the costs from the county. Mm-hmm. Yep. Because people need to pay the actual costs associated with this if they're going to engage in a real discussion about cost savings. Yep. If you're subsidizing it over and over and over and over again, then you're not really having a discussion about the costs with folks. And I think that is one of the things that to me came to light from the Sunshine meeting, which is, and by the way, to their credit, I think a lot of the residents who were here said they're okay with that, that they value the service and that they're willing to pay more for it if they have to, if there's pass-through costs. So, I think that's something you mentioned earlier. I just wanted to mention that I agree with.
wholeheartedly. And I just want to recap for those that are watching. We are not taking away your trash bins. We're not. Please loop this and just send it on to social media. But we are looking and we are finding real-world solutions to control cost, to keep our city beautiful, and to find ways that the responsibilities and the burden of our residents is lessened by working together. So kudos to my colleagues. I think Fire Rescue agrees. You can hear the sirens in the background. They're celebrating. But we are not taking away your trash bins, but we are working hard to find solutions for our community.
Thank you. So we have it on the agenda for January. Is there anything else?
Thank you. No, as the manager said, we've already been discussing with the company and following their pilot, so we'll be ready to present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item G4.
A resolution of City Commission directing that under certain circumstances, the city manager submit a separate memorandum to the City Commission during the budget process highlighting increases to the salary of certain class of employees.
Commissioner Menendez, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry.
Got to start you up.
Yeah.
Where's that coffee?
I was stuck in trash pits. This legislation, and I want to thank the administration for sitting down with me the other day and we had a lengthy discussion. First off, I want to say that it's been a true pleasure professionally on a personal level to deal and meet and talk with the administration on many issues. They go above and beyond for their work, their diligence, and they provide a lot of clarity on issues that sometimes aren't as clear to perhaps me, perhaps to some of my colleagues, to the public at large. Having said that, I always think that once you think you've done everything you can, then you as an organization or individual have failed. So always looking and striving to do more and better. I'm proposing, and I appreciate together with Commissioner Anderson, we're both co-sponsoring, simple piece of legislation that when the budget cycle starts, will highlight whenever there's salary increases of 10% or more for appointed officials and executive level employees as a class. This doesn't have to do with one employee getting a raise here or another there, because I'm not here to single out anybody. And I get very upset when folks in the community zero in on one member of our staff or two members of our staff. I think that's uncalled for. This has to do with a class of employees that if there is an increase above a certain number, then we, as a city commission, it's made public, we receive a memorandum detailing that, highlighting that. So basically what this is getting one of those yellow highlighter markers and just highlighting a part that is of interest to the community and of interest to us. It's simple, it's clear, but I think it adds yet even another layer of enhancing our communication with our residents. Commissioner Anderson, I don't know if you want to add.
Well, I've been also meeting with staff and going through this budgetary process, and I do think highlighting these types of increases will help us do a better job not only of managing the money, but also making sure that the employees in each category are looked at and not forgotten. So, I mean, from the upper level to the lower level, we can compare with what is our competitors are doing out there, so to speak, whether it's other municipalities competing with us for positions, and then bring those in line. So this is a great start at bringing the transparency necessary for the residents to understand why these increases have been put in place.
Let me say that we have no issue with this. Our increases are fairly standard throughout government. We have merit increases, we have loyalty increases that happen when merit increases apply for a certain time, generally 10 to 13 years. when you are hired, and you get your maximum salary. After that, then you have loyalty increases, which occur at 10, 15, 20, and 20 sometimes, and for certain employees at 20 maximum, and certain at 25. That's very standard in government. Then we have increases that are due to the fact that you're promoted. If you're promoted, that may be an increase of 10 to 15%, depending on the job that you're promoted to, or how big a promotion it is, right? And then we have our COLA increases, or our cost of living increases, which apply to everyone, except electeds and the appointeds. So,
Mr. Manager, will you highlight what the COLA was for the commission?
It could have been 9%. We reduced it to 3%. The CPI is based on for the commission and the appointed. It's based on the CPI, which was 9%. We limited it at 3%.
And your COLA increase could have been
9%.
And what did you get?
3%. So, which is similar to the merit increases that police and fire get, by the way. So there's nothing that we've done here that is not normal. Based again on merit increases, loyalty increases, COLAs, and promotions. If those four things coincide, there may be a very large increase, but that is simply because a number of things coincided. Right? You could have an employee that 2 years ago got a merit increase, a COLA increase, and a loyalty increase, and then the following year got a promotion. So all those things add up, but that is how government works. I can tell you that's how the city of Miami worked, and I'm sure that's how Dade County and various other municipalities work, but that's fairly standard in government.
By the way, I just want to, and thank you, City Manager, for all the work that you and your staff do with regards to the budget. People think it's a simple task. People think it's like a Kinko's, but I mean, we're a city government that handles multiple departments, multiple levels, multiple services. It's a complex institution, and to manage it, to forecast, and to make sure that we have the proper funding for projects going forward, even for a rainy day, your team has done an amazing job. I've been in local government for a while, and I've seen when things don't go well, because you just sometimes don't have the right team, but you have the right team. So I just want to emphasize the first whereas in the resolution so that there's no confusion here among the employees or in the community. Important first whereas, and we'll move from there. Whereas the City Commission trusts that the city manager and staff are dedicated and competent public servants who have the city's best interest in mind and who follow all rules and regulations, including those regarding how the budget is set and how raises are provided. You have our complete trust, and we appreciate the work that's done.
Commissioner, if I can say, I'm privileged to work with this team. This is an absolutely fantastic team. I don't know of any municipality that has a team truly as good as this one. It is a privilege for me to lead this team every day.
Mayor? Go ahead. I was going to add something.
No, please.
By the way, this is before the Vice Mayor. I've requested from the manager, in line with this resolution, I've requested that the manager send to the commission a memo breaking down the salary breakdowns and the loyalties and all that kind of stuff for the employees. And that's the extent of it. It'll be a memo that'll be made public, as all memos are, like the one that I wrote today in regards to the commission succession. And we will move on from that. Mr. Vice Mayor?
So I'm not I have no problem with asking staff to submit a memorandum or provide information on any topic, let alone this one. What I don't like about generally how this entire situation has been handled is that I think we need to stop being so reactionary to statements by small groups of people about topics. You know, if somebody tells you that they have a problem with how compensation was handled for any person in this city, I think you should tell them, great, thank you, I'll look into it. I think you can have the meetings that we've now had with staff before it's an item that's discussed at the commission level, form an opinion, And then if you have a problem with something that was done, bring it to the commission. What's happened here is nobody seems to have a problem with any of the raises that occurred here. At least I haven't heard anybody come out and say that. And the impression that's been given subtly by this dais is that something, and I appreciate there's a whereas clause that says we trust our staff, but oh, by the way, we're gonna have these rules in place just in case. Like, it's kind of, you know, we're trying to make everybody happy. And again, I just want to encourage people on this dais now and in the future. Again, if you have a problem with the city manager's compensation, bring it and let's discuss it. But I've yet to hear anybody say they actually have a problem with what was done. And what was done was consistent with an executive compensation plan that this commission passed, not the 5 people who are sitting here, but it was passed by the city commission. And so I just want to be careful that we give folks out there who have a problem with how this was handled, and they're entitled to have a problem with how it was handled. I don't begrudge anybody having an opinion on any topic in this city, but I just want us to be careful that we don't react first, engage in diligence after, and then come back with, you know, things that make it appear like there needed to have been more controls in place in the first place. I'm all for transparency. That's why I'm saying if you had another resolution on this agenda that said we'd like to get a memorandum on, you know, spending on parks, I'd say, okay, great, that's fine. That's not a problem. But I just want to be careful that we don't give the impression, because I know from your comments that nobody up here believes that anything was done improperly or that any of the salaries are inappropriate. So that's my point. I feel like there's now been several items over the course of the last year that get put on the commission. And again, it feels like react first, do due diligence after, and then come back. And I just feel like if we had the meetings we now had with the city manager to begin with, before having it on the commission agenda, we all would have been satisfied that they did everything to the letter of the law, if you will, on the compensation plan that this commission approved. And so that's my broader comment. Because I get comments like all of you do from people in the community about these types of topics. And sometimes, you know, again, I appreciate what the first whereas clause. This gives the impression that there was a lack of controls in place. And I don't think there was. So I'm happy to have more transparency. But to me, all that the city manager and his staff did was follow our executive compensation plan that we approved. It was in the budget we discussed. You know, and any one of us, you know, I appreciate the sunshine component of what we do, but each one of us regularly has the right to one-on-one go ask for any information we want. And if I wanted to ask the city manager for more information on his salary, city attorney's salary, whoever's salary, I could have done that. You could have done that. Everybody up here could have done that. We didn't. So I appreciate what this is trying to do. And again, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not against it. I want to, as a broader commentary, say we need to stand up for ourselves a little bit sometimes. And we need to engage in, you know, honest dialogue about what the actual facts on things are and not allow things to get taken out of context. That applies to everything that we deal with in the city, not just this topic.
And I think that we also need to be very, very careful because people have agendas. They have their own agendas. And we have to be a little bit more meticulous when we do that. And that applies to myself and that applies to everyone on this commission. So like I asked the manager, I should have done this from the beginning. I said, Mr. Manager, please provide me with a memo in regards to the following compensations has been brought to my attention and address it that way. I think it would have saved a lot of heartache and time. And again, for me, I welcome as much transparency We have on-site meetings. We had two of them yesterday, Paul and I, with residents at their homes. We had Open Door Friday. We had a town hall meeting last week. Everybody has access to this commission. We're always there. We're always present. We're always willing to meet and discuss an issue. Sometimes we'll agree. Sometimes we'll disagree. And that's the beauty of our democracy. So, to the sponsors of the resolution, how would you like to move forward?
Mayor, if I just.
Oh, please, I'm sorry.
One other point.
Please take all the time you have.
No, just, I had asked the city manager for, basically provided a chart so that we can do a comparison of salaries to see if we're adequately compensating all the employees and have a clearer picture then of both the contract employees versus the exempt employees, and compare what they're being paid now versus what the competition is out there. And I'm going to ask that when the city manager, completes that also be shared, with a complete dais. Because, if we're going to evaluate, why are we having vacancies in certain departments or not unable to fill certain positions, we may need to look a little more carefully at that and compare what other municipalities are paying and be able to track that talent here. So, this is really to us just trying to look at it more carefully and continue to fill these vacancies that we need to fill.
We have already initiated a compensation study. It should be done soon. And we will bring that to the commission as soon as it's analyzed, finished and analyzed. As far as the executive benefits, are extremely minor. It sounds like we're dealing with General Motors here. We're not. This has nothing to do with that. There's just a few things. And I think that the naming of that was actually incorrect, because as you all have seen in our meetings, that it's extremely minor. We go simply by what I've stated, and that's what's been done in every case. And there is no issue.
I think we've explained enough on this issue. I think what we've gotten away, and I'm just going to give you an example and put on the record to what we've gotten to. We've seen multiple block discussions that the city's in financial trouble. When the manager went to historic preservation to talk about finding solutions to address our broad need for historic preservation through the TDRs, that's interpreted to saying that we're in financial trouble, that the city can't afford to do the farmers market in the North Gables. Can I explain on the record how that happened? I don't have a problem ever saying sorry when I make a mistake. Even when I'm not wrong, I'll say it anyways. I don't have a problem. That was brought to my attention by Cabrera Jr. I brought it to the manager. It was an oversight on my part. We moved so quickly. It was such a good idea to have a second harvest market in the North Gables, to really kind of push what we're trying to do in the North Gables. The medians, the landscaping, the cleaning, give that community, which always says that they don't feel sometimes like they're part of Coral Gables, give them a sense of community and participation. We moved forward. I completely forgot to engage this young man in the process. When he came back and he found out about it after he advertised, he came back to me. He was, upset about it, as he's so well deserved to be. I told him, after we finish 1 year, we're going to come back and I'm going to give you a shot to get this done. We finished it off. Everybody loved it. It's continuing to grow. During that process of the off season, we went to meet with the manager. We said, Mr. Manager, this gentleman brought this to our attention. As you remember, we want to give him a shot to do this. We gave him a shot to do it. Take stress off of our Parks and Recreation Department, which is doing 1,000,001 things with the country club, all the things that are happening with the parks, the renovations. What is the story? The story is not that we did something right and we corrected an error that I made. No, the story was that we moved in a different direction so the manager can have a raise. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. That's misleading. That's disingenuous. That's not who we are as a city. The city is an incredibly solid footing. We have a triple bond rating. I mean, we have an immense amount of money in reserves. We're tackling major projects. What you're seeing right now is the issue of projects are doubling in cost as a result of the inflation, the labor costs, the construction costs. This is what I do for a living. But you're gonna go out there and scare people in this community and tell people that we're not financially viable? I mean, that's gross. It's pathetic. That's what that is. So I don't have anything else to talk here. I'm more than willing to pass a resolution. I don't have an issue with it. I think it's great. We can move forward. I've asked for the memo from the manager. The memo will be given to my office and to my colleagues in the commission, and we move forward.
Mayor, if I may say, we're the only city that has a #1 rated police department, #1 rated fire department, and AAA rating in all three agencies, and we sit alone with that.
And the investment in infrastructure, the investment in infrastructure, in parks, in police and fire that we're making as a community is the envy of everyone in this community. Because everywhere I go, people tell me, Vince, what you guys are doing on all these different fronts is incredible. How many parks have we inaugurated that we've renovated in the last 6 months that our Public Works Department, that our Parks and Recreation Department have been working? You know, again, we want to be perfect, but we're really good. We're really, really good. So
I appreciate all the comments and they're well taken. And we live in the best city, not only in Florida, but in the United States. It's community, it's staff, it's everyone working together, moving forward. No one person, no two person, no three person can dictate to the rest of us what's reality and what's not reality. We are here to work together. We appreciate what everybody does. We really care, and we're grateful. And with that said, because I feel strongly that we should always take steps further forward, even if they're little steps. So this is one of those little steps that I'm co-sponsoring with Commissioner Anderson. Having said that, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to city manager items. I-1.
I-1 is a resolution of City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Information Technology Director to increase the spending authority on the NASPO contract in the estimated amount of $1.2 million.
Mayor, this is a software contract. This is a software contract that we piggyback off of. NASCO is the National Association of State and Procurement Officials. It's got the benefit of having all the states involved, and I believe that we get excellent pricing on our equipment.
City Manager, this was previously budgeted.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to I-2.
I-2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Information Technology Director to increase the spending authority on the Omnia Public Partners inside public sector in the estimated amount of $2.5 million.
This is a similar contract, but it's for outside plant equipment, for low voltage equipment and fiber. And it's a similar type contract.
Any other questions? Mr. Clerk, do you have any comments? Anything?
No, sir.
Also budgeted?
Yes.
Previously?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yep.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. We have no city clerk items. The last remaining item on the agenda, if I'm correct, is city attorney items J1.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. So as you'll remember, 2 meetings ago, the City Commission adopted a resolution winding down the bid because of the fact that they did not get the amount of votes necessary to continue their existence for an additional 5 years. At that time, the commission resolution allowed for an extended dissolution period of December 31st if the bid was willing to put on the remaining events that Ms. Reinhardt had come and presented to the City Commission. We took that back to them and asked whether they would be completing those events. They needed some more time because they needed to have a meeting. They did that, and they responded to me that they were not going to finish carrying out the events, that they intended to spend the remaining, they claim they have $600,000 in carryover funds, that they intended to spend on advocacy, and that they would expect that the city would complete the planning and execution of said events, but that they wanted to get credit for those events because they had significantly expended time and resources toward that end. So at that time, I asked them to please provide us with the proof of what they had expended and what they had done so that the commission could consider it. I followed up 3 to 4 times with the attorney for the bid. I only received a response this morning via email after the commission meeting had started with no additional documentation, simply a listing which Ms. Suarez will go through now. So one is an update for the commission, and two is that I need the commission to give us direction on, given this stance of the bid, whether you still wish for them to have the extended period to dissolve, or whether you wish for them to dissolve immediately, one, and two, what the city intends to do vis-a-vis these events and giving them credit for what they claim to have done, because again, I don't have proof of that. So Ms. Suarez, if you could walk us through.
As you walk us through it, can you I just want to make sure you explain something for me. I thought that, if I understood this correctly, they were not dissolving one way or another because they're a standalone entity. I thought that it was.
It's two different things.
Okay.
We would be dissolving the Chapter 70.
170.
It's a Chapter 170 entity.
Right.
They can continue to
Got
exist as a 501c3.
Yeah, okay.
And then we would go back and presumably ask for those funds. Well, we would go back and ask for those funds back. If they don't give us those funds back, then we would engage in some sort of litigation, which I have approval for.
Can you put on the record, just so people understand, because I've had people ask me, what is the city planning on doing with those funds, if those funds would be given back to the city?
Carrying out the remaining events.
Good afternoon again. Mayor and Commissioners, Christina Suarez, Deputy City Attorney. So the email from the bids attorney that came in at 10 this morning basically has a list of what they claim are the remaining 2022 events. First, they list that they have paid $79,963 for lighting on the mile, which represents 50% of a contract they have. Just to be clear, that's not holiday lighting. That is the lights that are always on the trees on Miracle Mile. And they said they assume the city will pay the balance and will consider this a collaboration. So I know that there had been discussions previously with staff and the bid about doing this, but the intent or the intention was always to come back to commission, have the bid been approved and continue to exist and so forth, to come back to commission for approval of that additional, 50% of that contract, which is, I guess, according to them, 79,000 plus. And there would be an agreement with, responsibilities and whatnot.
So can I ask just a quick question on that? I know you just got this document this morning, so I know you're still trying to digest it. The manager and I, along with Aura, had multiple conversations about the lighting. We've all heard it. We want more lighting. I've even heard it this week. Wow, the landscaping is being done, the sidewalks, the facades. We need more kind of holiday themed. Christmas, Hanukkah, bring back the holidays. We had multiple conversations. Can you refresh my memory? Did we approve the lighting finally?
Mayor,
I'm in favor of the lighting.
This is replacing the wrap tree lighting.
Yes.
And we don't have time to replace it all now, so our Public Works Department is fixing it. And then what we would like to do is, since this has already been paid, is to come up next year and replace all the lighting throughout the mile. Okay. Right now, we don't have time to replace it all. We're just correcting it for the Christmas season, and then come back and pay the rest of this contract.
So let me ask you a question.
So I just want to clarify, I made a mistake.
Which is what we talked about.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Go ahead.
Sorry, the city never contemplated paying 50% of this. It was going to be 100% the bid. They've paid 50%, and his email says he assumes the city's going to pay the balance, and will consider this a collaboration.
What we talked about is they were going to take care of that, but now it's a 50%. Now they've paid the deposit down 50%. My understanding is to buy the actual lights, and so if what happens now is since that contract has already been paid 50%, it would behoove us to go ahead and replace it all for half of that. But
so let me ask you a question again. We just got this at 10 o'clock. So has our Public Works Department been able to look, or our Parks Department been able to look at the contract to make sure that this was actually ordered, that these items have been ordered, that this is exactly what we want? Because again, there's already existing lights out there. We're now upgrading? Are we moving to LED?
Mayor, we have not-
What are we doing that is for 150? I want to know, we're spending 150.
We don't have enough information. I think we're going to be looking at that because that was their expenditure. But if they did what we talked about, I'm assuming that since we had that discussion, then we would like to finish the contract because we've already paid 75. Do it next year. We can't do it now because we don't want to get into replacing everything during the Christmas season.
And I want to make sure, please, this is all I ask. Okay, besides the fact that it's a great product, there's a good warranty, that there's a lifespan to the product, when we're going to spend $70,000+ on this, can we make sure this is what we want? So if this is not what you want, like if you want to add more branches, if you want to add decorative elements of things that maybe are hanging, whatever that may be, now's the time to do it now, then pay for something that you're not happy with later. You're like, well, this doesn't work, or it's not up to our standards.
Mayor, what I'm assuming is that it is to our standards, it is what we want. If it's not, then we will certainly evaluate that.
Let's not assume, even though I know we're all caught, we don't have the information, we just got it at 10 o'clock.
So the
Based on our
city will
discussion.
ultimately finish the scope however we think is appropriate. The
Okay.
question is, are we willing to give the bid credit for what they've put in thus far? That's what they're asking for
Do you have
vis-a-vis
a
the
proof?
lights.
Do you have a receipt? Do you have a cash check?
Assuming they provide all of that.
Financial credit? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
by
They
credit?
want it to be, the bid and the city put on, fix the lights on Miracle Mile. They want
Yeah,
credit.
I don't care.
Okay.
And I guess that's assuming that we decide to go forward with it, because it was, and I misspoke earlier and I apologize, it was their contract.
Yes.
They were going to do these lights on Miracle Mile. We were going to come to commission for approval because it's going to be something they're doing on our right of way, on our trees. But it was always their contract. So I know that staff is aware of what that contract has in it and what was the plan was, but that hasn't been.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked to Public Works. They have seen the types of lights. We've made sure that we are all in agreement. The issue here is that,
Please
this
look
is
at
the
that
bid's
warranty, Buck.
contract.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please look at the warranty, please.
The
Just
warranty
make sure
is
the
a
warranty-
two-year warranty.
Make sure it's like, maybe it's made in this country, maybe it's.
Yes, it is.
Maybe it's made in America. Let's be very, very careful, because I've seen, and the manager will tell you, in our business, you buy something, a year later, you can't get these parts, you can't do this, it's broken, and you just spent $150,000 on something. So I'm all for it. We need it. It's important. People are clamoring for it.
We'll take a deep dive in it, make sure it's a good product and before we jump in.
So on the lights, assuming that the commission approves the amount that will be spent for the remainder, they would get partial credit.
They can do that. Yes, I don't have an
Next
issue with
item, Ms. Suarez.
Okay, the next item they list is they state the bid paid $4,500 for the pumpkin arch. We are awaiting reimbursement. Not
So my
really sure.
position on that is that we're not reimbursing them for the pumpkin arch. That was their duty. She stood up here and said she was going to do the pumpkin arch, and it's from the money that they had collected from the,
And in fact, they did it.
and they did.
Right.
Next item.
Okay, next one is the bid paid $8,132 for Christmas tree decoration, and that represents 50% of their contract. There's obviously an equal amount outstanding, and they say that they assume the city will pay the balance and consider this a collaboration. Again, we have not seen a contract for this. We haven't had received any proof of this payment.
As long as it's documented and we see the documentation at some point.
So assuming they paid 50%, are we okay with giving them partial credit and we do the rest?
Listen, I could care less about credit, to be perfectly honest with you. I really
I'm done with that.
care at all. They can have whatever credit they like. I think the real question here is, are we willing to pay the other 50% on all of these items? Is that what we would have normally done?
We would not have normally done it, but the manager has said
Why
that he
are we
wants.
doing that? Why can't we say, no, you're supposed to pay for the entire thing? You already have the money.
We can.
You already collected the tax revenue for this.
We can. The problem is, if they don't, then there's
Right.
no lights for Christmas.
Right.
So we're up against the wall here. They
Right.
put us
We
in a
need to get
terrible
it done.
predicament. So the manager does not want to let that ball drop. He wants us to pick it up and make sure that the holiday events go forward as planned. And then we're going to end up in court if they don't turn over the money. I mean, it is what it is.
And our position is that we would be able to then, when we receive the 600,000 or whatever is left over, that we would be able to.
reimburse
I would respond with the appropriate disclaimers that while we do not agree that the city is responsible for the other 50% of this, you are and always have been and already collected the monies for it from these businesses. We will, at this time, given the fact that they're not leaving us any choice, pay the other half so that the event can proceed and it's not to the detriment of our residents.
Certainly, and we've preserved our rights in every correspondence. If you want to just list the rest of them as
Sounds
far
legal,
as.
Sounds
Yes.
legal.
So then they state that they have allocated in their budget $70,000 for the holiday market. Nothing has been paid on that yet.
Right, and I
Not
think
sure what that
we
means.
decided that we were not going to move forward with the holiday market if they didn't do it. So that's fine.
Fine.
And that's the last one.
And then they just state, Aura Reinhardt spent many hours working with the vendors to assure that Halloween in the Mile was a success, despite no obligation to do so. Please make sure that, to the extent there's an inclination to continue to disparage the bid or suggest we've not been cooperative, that characterization is dispelled.
I think the bid has done a wonderful job. The Halloween on the Mile was incredible. Staff did a wonderful job. Public Works, Belkey's, the Chamber, the bid, Dia de los Muertos, big success. I know some of you, my colleagues in the commission, stopped by. I mean, there were hundreds of people out there. It was a great event. I think you said, Belkey's, there was
16 to 18,000 people on the miles.
Yes.
By our pedestrian counters that went to Day of the Dead and to the Trick or Treat on the Mile event.
All I heard was great things from the restaurants, from the businesses. It's a testament to, you know what? To our collaboration and our brand. So thank you to everybody. I really am grateful to the individuals who picked up the garbage in the garbage cans, to the people with the street sweeper that came later, to the ladies who I see, I think there's a gentleman also who is part of the grounds crew that cleans Miracle Mile. Thank you so much for your hard work. Everybody has done a wonderful, wonderful job. So everybody is a team, the commission, the manager, the city clerk, our city manager, everybody did a wonderful job. And we worked together and we delivered on a wonderful holiday experience that was safe. Thank you to the police. Thank you to the firefighters. Thank you to everybody.
So then the question becomes, what happens with their extended wind down period? If they're going to do none of the events that we asked them to do and instead are going to do what they call advocacy, do we wish to allow them to operate till December 31st, or do we wish to conclude their operations, again, not of the 501c3, of the Chapter 170, immediately or on some date before December 31st?
What does it matter?
Yeah.
They continue to expend funds. So if we allow them to roll till December 31st, what they spend between now and then will be permissibly spent. If we don't, then we get that money, we would articulate that we get that money back immediately and then presumably.
Are the expenses that they incur limited to certain types of expenses? How does
They're
that
the
work?
expenses that they're allowed to incur as part of their Chapter 170. So there's, a certain scope of things that they could spend money on.
What do they mean by advocacy? I mean, it's, I have a problem with, I loved what the bid was doing, and they agreed to do all these events, and now, in order to be able to hold these funds, and now they're not going to do it. So it's very, very vague, very troubling. Again, it's a shame they didn't get the votes to continue on from, the bid itself, the members of the bid. It would have been fabulous if they would have continued on, but just to say that you're spending it on advocacy and there's nothing listed here as far as what they're doing is troubling.
Have you asked what advocacy means? Does it mean advocacy for the business?
I think they said
district?
marketing and advocacy, which is within their description of what they do in Chapter 170, like generally, advocate for the businesses, but, it's not outside of their scope. The
I would
issue
be
is,
fine
do
with
we
it.
want them
I would be
spending
fine
this
with it
money?
as long as it's consistent with the scope of their charter or whatever documents and consistent with expenses that occurred in prior years. And that way you kind of protect yourself if they go out and do something wild with it, which I don't think they're going to do, but if they were to go do something,
So the question then becomes, are we, they're not
What
paying.
what's your recommendation?
My concern is they're not paying the balance of these events because they're choosing to do advocacy with that money. And so we're now on the hook. The whole point of us asking them for that money is so we can reimburse ourselves for these events that they were supposed to put on. So if we allow them to then spend $600,000 on whatever they perceive as marketing and advocacy, and we're out however much money, there may not be anything
Okay,
to
so then why don't we
reimburse.
just condition it on that? Why don't we just say,
We did, and they said, no, they're not doing the events. So that's why we're back here.
I think it's either or, and then based on what you just said, I think it should either be they pay full freight on the events that they were supposed to pay full freight on. If they do that, then we're okay with them continuing to operate. But
With
if
the
they're-
balance.
Right, but if they're going to basically change course on those events and require, and now we have to step in and pay 50% of it with all the appropriate disclaimers, well then, let's shut it down.
Okay, so-
That's my gut, but whatever my colleagues think, obviously.
Listen, I'm with you. I agree
You
exactly
could
what
phrase
you're
that
saying.
as a motion, that would be helpful, so we could draft a
So
resolution.
Motion to do what I just said.
my question is, I mean, the clock is ticking, and we don't have another commission meeting until December. And my concern is there could be a hiccup along the way based on whatever it is we decide, and we find ourselves between a rock and a hard place, and we don't get to carry out what the
They
residents.
have told us they're not doing the events. So I'll basically give them till Monday morning to change their mind. And if they don't, we're moving forward with the event.
And they did not do the Halloween event.
Correct.
They did have.
I just want guarantees that whatever we decide, that the events will happen on a timely basis and the way they should be done. That's my biggest concern. Whatever we decide, I don't want later to realize, oh, we got to meet again, we have to bring something back in December. Let's make it very clear on what we do so that we avoid that pitfall.
And Commissioner, as I just mentioned, my concern is they did not do the Halloween event. So they've already skipped out on one event.
Right.
Right? We, Economic Development did that event with Finance, did a fantastic job, but that's an event that was theirs.
We're gonna have to,
Missed.
listen, we're gonna have to make decisions, and we're gonna have to be able to pivot as these things evolve. It's obviously that they're
not
not
gonna do them.
cooperating. I think we should assume they're not doing them, and we gotta do what we have to do to make sure they get done.
We intend to do that.
Right.
Can we word the resolution or the amendment to the resolution in a way that allows the administration the flexibility they need to pivot without having to come
That
back
is
to us?
that's how I took his
Yeah,
motion.
because that's what I want, flexibility so that the administration can do what it needs to do on a moment's call.
Well, I would suggest
Is
that.
the motion, sorry.
It's okay. You want to
No,
jump
go
in?
No, she had a question. Go ahead.
I would suggest that the motion provide that if they decide by a date certain, be it Monday, that they're not going to do the events, that they have to expedite the wind down.
Yeah, I agree.
You want to put it into a motion?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
And what do you mean by expedite? So the wind down could have been effective a month ago. Is it effective Monday?
If they decide not to
Maybe
do the
if they don't
events.
do it by Monday, make it effective Friday or whatever.
Okay.
Whatever reasonable
So I
amount of
guess
time.
if they don't confirm to us that they will do the events, then the wind down becomes effective
He said Friday.
Friday.
Friday. So I'll second your motion.
All right.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a member of the public requesting to speak on this.
Perfect.
Mr. Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good afternoon.
So really, I think you all are doing a good job, so there's probably really no reason for me to speak up. But I do want to thank all of you for stepping up. And I really do, since I've got this time, I just want to mention to you, the statute is clear. Florida statute 189, point, is it 067 or section 2? It says that the bid has to turn over this money. And $600,000, even for the people, you all, who, deal in much bigger money than I can imagine, is a lot of money.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
No, please, we're moving forward. Anyone else? Any other comments?
No, sir.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second.
Okay. Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, perfect. Moving on. Commissioner Menendez, do you have any final comments before we
I
adjourn?
do. Thank you, Mayor. I have two images to put up on the screen. There's the first one. As part of my seniors movie series that's been a great success, we've gone from Singing in the Rain to All the President's Men. A couple months ago, I showed Mel Brooks' Young Frankenstein, and to my shock and surprise, the entire audience wanted that movie. Blazing Saddles.
I love it.
So Blazing Saddles is going to be shown at the Gables Art Cinema Monday, November 28th. That's the Monday after Thanksgiving at 1 p.m. Free popcorn, thanks to the Coral Gables Community Foundation. It's truly one of the most memorable, hilarious comedies of all time. With regards to the seniors movie series, I'm happy to announce that we're in the process of renewing for season 2. So in 2023, we'll be back to provide more movies for residents 40 and older. And then for the next image, I'm happy to announce, there's a second image at some point, but, hello, second one? But it's all right. There it is. My family and I, in tandem with the Actors Playhouse, of unveiling the Great Movie Ride film series, which is really geared to families. And it's in honor of those blockbuster movies we all grew up with that would have a line around the block, because back then there was only one screen and there'd be a line of people. So I'm bringing back free to our residents in December 18th, the original Star Wars, Sunday the 18th at 5 p.m. We go to Raiders Lost Ark in January. More modern, but one of the largest blockbuster movies of all time, Avengers Endgame in April. Back to the Future in August, and most likely Rocky, November 2023 at the Miracle Theater, thanks to the Actors Playhouse. And, you know, it's like you said earlier, Mayor, folks are looking for ways coming out of the pandemic to enjoy life, enjoy community, be with their family. And we all are able to contribute, and this is one way the city and our community can enjoy being together and enjoying life.
Good. Great. Thank you for doing this, Commissioner.
My pleasure.
Commissioner Anderson.
Well, I don't have a fancy poster for you, but just a reminder, Monday at 7 o'clock, we have 2040 film at the Gables Cinema available. Reduced ticket price at $8, and we'll have some discussion. It's a hopeful film about, you know, all our efforts paying off finally in 2040 for saving the environment. And for those of you who want to get in shape, there is the Dolphin Challenge coming up in February. You can get yourself in condition and get back on your bike and join the fun.
We sponsor a team, my company, every year, and it's a great cause. It's a great cause. Commissioner Forrest.
I have nothing to add.
All right. Two quick things. Number one, I demand that everybody who went to go vote early or drove by the youth center was able to see, not exaggerating, 100 to 150 signs throughout the youth center. I think we need to figure something out. I had a conversation with our city attorney and city manager. I don't want to limit free speech, but again, all these signs are on city property, and I got a lot of phone calls from residents. I don't know if you did too. People were telling me, hey, listen, this looks horrible. It was like a sign war. I've engaged in it too. I'm guilty. I'm at fault. But I think we need to figure something out and to see what is permissible in regards to state preemption. So, Mr. Manager, I'd like to just, if you can find something out with the city attorney and see what's going on, because I'd like to, it's not really our standards, especially with early voting, and I don't have a problem with a handful of signs per candidate or 2 signs per candidate, and there's multiple entrances, you know, but just all these signs, not only in front of the youth center, but throughout the entire property, it's just, I think it's a blight, in my opinion.
We'll look into it, Mayor.
I don't know how you guys feel, but.
Let me add something, coming as having just been a candidate and talking to other candidates about the sign war at the youth center. Most candidates, including myself, would have preferred to not be allowed to do signs, because you're forced to go out there and engage in a sign war, because if you don't, then the other person's going to do it. So you're kind of forced to do it when both sides would rather cut a deal let's not put up any signs at all.
Been there, done that. So I'm with you. My second point is there will not be a meeting at the end of this month. So I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, a moment of reflection, a moment to enjoy with your families, a moment to enjoy and to remember that we are blessed beyond measure. We are blessed to serve this great city, to live in the greatest country in the world, and we have so many blessings that spending that moment in community with your friends, your loved ones, just really understanding and reflecting on the fact that, I think I've mentioned it before, my blessings are incalculable. So I just want to say that really quickly. I also want to mention that Veterans Day is around the corner. It's an incredible and important day, not only for our city, but for this country. And I want to celebrate all the veterans that have served this great country through the decades, through the years, and celebrate, you know, the fact that they chose a much more difficult path. And in that path, allowed for a lot of the freedoms that we take for granted many times in our life. So happy Veterans Day. With that being said, Mr. Manager, Mr. Clerk, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything else for the record?
No, Mayor.
We have executive session.
Happy holidays to all. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.